We gonna go AJC today, or is that 3-1?
Ooh, that's pretty good odds on that one.
Okay.
That's good. Good for you.
Paul is back.
Look at that, Kevin. I almost went back to Kevin Bond, and he got a silver.
Boy, and I mean a close second too. Paul, who's haven't seen Paul in a couple days. Look at him, right? Boom! It's like he's returning to work from vacation. Boom!
This is what our life's become. David and I guess which one of you say good morning first.
Right.
As we count down the shows until the end of Miller and Moulton. Sure, none of you run a big company, huh?
You don't have a best friend that runs a big company?
Anyone? Bueller?
I mean, people really do listen, and then they like go and spend money at the places that advertise in our show.
Right now we have about 25 shows left, and that's not a joke. And we're going to have to come clean on the air with this pretty soon. But today's a celebration. I have no idea what it's a celebration of.
Yep. Yeah, cough and ball, it is that bad. Yeah. For whatever reason, people don't want to pay to advertise on our show. And a lot of people are listening. But no one's interested in advertising on it. They spend their money on a lot of other crappy shows. Hey, Benny. Benny. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
EB, you never sent me an email to get that information you wanted. Do you still want it? Do you still think it's necessary? Do you still think you might be able to help? Because trust me, if you were listening a few seconds ago, we need it.
Don't know. Don't know. I'm heading over there today for the first time. Supposedly we'll be allowed to go back tomorrow. Hope so. The hotel's only paid for through tomorrow morning. So I really would like to go back. Because it's another $1,200 just to stay in the hotel. Added on top of the floors. Where are you headed, Coffin Ball?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you as we get over the hump together. The magic numbers are getting so darn small. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on this Wednesday, where the magic numbers are 8 days to the Hall of Fame game, 31 days till Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin. Week 0 of the college football season, 38 days away from week 1 of the college football season. All those big games, including the Gators and the Canes. And we are 43 days away, 6 weeks tomorrow, Ravens and Chiefs kicking things off in Arrowhead. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I finally feel like I've got the rest back in after the concert and a long day. I'm ready. Yesterday was a recoup day. I'm ready to go. We've got a great show lined up for you today. Fired up about that. We're going to talk a lot of football today. So I am fired up for today, in a great mood.
Now, I know this is very early to do this, but considering that I have teased it for 2 days, I feel the need to get this out of the way early, and I will be every hour. I will be mentioning what today is. Okay, today is a day worth celebrating.
Celebrating. This is what you said to us a couple of days ago. People were texting. People have been calling. People have been tweeting or posting, whatever you want to call it. People are concerned with our celebration. I can assure all of you, I do not have a clue what we are celebrating.
I have not told Mark, okay? But first off, we are celebrating. Today is National Tequila Day.
All right. Line up the shots right now.
All right. What's the earliest you've ever had a tequila shot? Like, did you ever wake up? You just keep on, roll over, and let's keep going?
No, and there was one person who I hung out with for a while, and that was his shot of choice. So I drank a lot of tequila with him, but that's never been my go-to shot. So I've never shot tequila before noon. I do enjoy a good skinny margarita, David.
Okay. So today is National Tequila Day. Listen, today is a day worth celebrating for me because today is National Drive-Through Day. I mean, that's on the short list. Since the Olympics start Friday, we can speak like this for the next 3 weeks. That's a medalist right there. National Drive-Through Day in my world. And in fact, that's not a bronze either. That's competing for the big one. National Drive-Through Day right there. But today, what's today's date, Mark?
Today is the 24th of July.
Correct. In 2006, July 24th was a Monday.
Huh.
And it was the very first day we did a show together.
No kidding.
18 years ago today. We have graduated, Mark.
Oh, good God.
We have graduated. Now, granted, we've had a couple of interruptions. We have. We're
sabbaticals, David. Sabbaticals.
We're like a relationship. We have joked that we are our radio married couple. Okay, I don't know about you, Mark, but now you and your wife and me and my wife, neither one of us, we never broke up during the courtship. Okay, from the day that you started dating your wife and I started dating my wife, and boom, it's been steady. There's never been a 1 hour breakup. Correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay, but sometimes you're in a relationship, a long-term relationship, and you have a breakup or two. But you just can't turn to anybody else.
Well, we never broke up. We never really broke up with each other.
No.
We were broken up with.
Oh, yes. People got in between us. Yes. And really now for a third time, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. So 18 years ago today.
Look at that.
We did our first show together. We were in the same studio. We referred to it as the asbestos closet.
It's still there. Barely.
The closet's still there. They did remove the asbestos. They did. Okay. And Miller and Moulton did not, by the way, bat an eyelash about doing the show together in the asbestos closet because we both are in our 50s. So we grew up going to school in the late 70s and in the 80s in which our schools were lined with asbestos. So we were okay with it. We didn't hesitate at all. And we haven't signed up on any class action suit or anything. We're just taking our chances.
Not yet. Might be the only chance we've got for money coming in the coming months, David.
That's true. I just haven't seen an ad, sign up here for your. Did you go to grade school with asbestos lining the pipes? Oh, wait, it got my attention. So that I thought, Mark, is worth celebrating. Okay,
it is worth celebrating. 18 years, huh?
18 years. it's fitting in a way that our guest list today is very fitting because think these are our three longest tenured guests on the show: Gary Danielson, Seth Everett, and Pat Kirwan.
Absolutely.
And
Gary
they go back
all the way back. Seth goes damn near to the beginning.
And Gary and I, Mark was doing mornings, I was doing afternoons at the same station in Fort Myers. And we were, working for the same station, but doing our separate thing for about 18 months. And then, we've talked about it. We convened in the lobby and in 5 minutes decided we were going to stop that. We were joining forces and we were just going to walk in and tell management, this is what we're doing, take it or leave it. Part of the Miller and Moulton charm was in effect right away.
Right off the get-go.
Right.
Didn't waste any time.
We walked in, we had the name of the show. Okay, we told them how it was going to work. I mean, the whole deal, but boom, it was done. Okay, and we're starting, and we even told them the start date. Okay, we'll finish out, this, that, and the other thing, and then get our vacations in, and boom, then we're going. So we started on a Monday, July 24th, 2006. Couple sabbaticals.
It's been a pretty good run. The question is, will we keep running come September?
And for those that have been with us since the very beginning, and I know, we're on now in 5 stations in 2 states, soon to be 6 stations in 3 states. Okay. But if we stay in business, and we'll get to that later on. All right. But, and this is the truth, we're not making this up. It really does sound so Miller and Moulton-ish. So we joined forces, and the company that we're working for at the time decides they're going to put out a press release. And there's 2 quotes in it. One, the standard from, the guy with the corner office, blah, 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 blah. And then the PR director at the time, he throws in a quote in like the 3rd paragraph. And at the end of the 3rd paragraph, he says, and we quote, "We think they have a chance to be somewhat successful."
Yep. I mean, they had high expectations right from the word go.
Now, you got to remember, Mark has written 10 years worth of press releases. And I've read 20 years worth of press releases. And we look at one another and I just flat out go, have you ever seen or written somewhat successful? Like, a coach is fired or a coach is hired. I mean, did you ever put in, and by the way, Bob was with us for 5 years with a record of blah, 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 2 division titles and 3 playoff appearances. And all in all, we sum up his tenure as somewhat successful. Wait, what? Yes, we have a feeling they have a chance. That's the other thing. They don't think we're going to be somewhat successful. They think we have a chance.
A chance.
A chance to be somewhat successful. Correct.
I will say that person's no longer in the business. We outlasted him by about 10 years.
Right. Nice enough guy. Okay. Commandeered all the free golf in the building, though. Honestly, all for himself. None of us could get our hands on any of the free golf. It somehow all went through him.
Every concert ticket went to a golf pro.
Yes.
Which I respect. For the record.
True. There was a part of that Mark goes, I respect this. I know where all my free stuff went when I was running the marketing of a hockey club. So, that's why we had such a good looking crowd. Hoo-ah. But so there you have it. And, Mark, I actually think we've, the whole undersell, over-deliver, I actually think we've over-delivered.
I think the fact that we've been on for now that's going into 18 years, I definitely think we over-delivered.
Yeah. So I just thought, since we don't know if we're going to see year 19, all right, because I'll tell you right now, if we see year 19, we're going to see year 25. Okay. This show's either going to go,
Sink or swim.
yeah,
That is where we're at right
Yeah.
now. You've heard the ads. We haven't really discussed it much on air. I did get a stop in yesterday from the corner office in this building. They're apparently getting phone calls. They think that the people think that they're firing us. They're
No.
not firing us.
No. We don't work for the people who own the building that Mark is sitting in and doing the show from. We don't work for them anymore. We haven't worked for them for nearly 10 years.
So you don't need to call them and complain.
No, it's not their fault. Now, they're not helping, but it's not their fault. That's all. I mean, that's accurate. What can they do for us? We don't work for them. But, I mean, they're much nicer to us now than they were when they were paying us.
That much is true. That much is true. So whether it's Indeed.com or Miller and Moulton, somehow, some way, we'll hopefully be working in September. That's really the goal.
That's the goal.
It's a huge 5 weeks for the show's longevity.
Yes. Yep. We need to find the
Or
financial
survival.
backing. Right. But we've made it 18 years. 18 years. I mean, Tiger Woods could still play golf. LeBron James had yet to go to an NBA final. The Cubs still had 10 more years to go to win a World Series. It's Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Paul, that is correct. In 7 days, it's no longer a thing. You may somehow still hear in a drop that name comes across, but that's just because we haven't probably, if we get all the voiceovers done in time.
But yeah, the guy behind the Florida Sports Network, he was all in on sports gambling. And when the state of Florida went in the direction that they went and won in federal court, so that it's a monopoly, and we have not been included in any of their advertising. So he said, I'm out. So we're on our own. Awkward time of the year for him to bail on us too. So we're in a tough spot. And it's a shame because the show is on air, arguably never been better. And as we say in the ads, we've never had better numbers in the morning in the, in what is our quote home base. It's that Mark Miller, the David Moulton. Those are our X handles. If anybody wants to DM us, you can text the show at 21,000. We'd get your info.
I did not get your email, Ryan. It's mark@millerandmoulton.com. But I took yours down, and I will send you stuff after the show when I get back to my office. Oh, yeah, I got your email address, Ryan. Yes, thank you, if that's what you meant.
So the funny thing is, even though we've been doing this 18 years, now we're like a startup. And we actually have one or two potential investors / people that want to do significant things with us, but we just have to prove to them that we can make it. So it's a very interesting spot to be in. In 6 months, we could be on 30 stations, and in 6 weeks, we could be out of business. It's really an interesting place to be. But yes, the Beasleys are not firing us. They did that already. And that was 8 years ago. Problem is DraftKings,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? It's our 18th anniversary. That's part of what we're celebrating today. It's also National Tequila today, National Tequila Day, and National Drive-Thru Day, which covers Miller and Moulton. Mark likes the occasional tequila. I love a drive-thru.
Boy, that's really accurate right there. I like the occasional tequila. You love the drive-thru.
Right.
How many drive-thrus will you hit today on National Drive-Thru Day?
Now,
because you're in a hotel, so there's no chance eating at home.
Right. Now, does a pharmacy count or no? We're only talking food.
Well, if it's a drive-through pharmacy, it's a
Yeah.
drive-through.
So I have to pick up a prescription from my mother-in-law. So that's, and my guess is 3: lunch, dinner, and
In a
prescription.
pharmacy. All right.
Yeah. Probably 3 drive-throughs today.
Maybe you can run for ice cream at some point and get a 4th in.
Ooh, there you go. There you have it. And I think I should hit 3 drive-throughs, because this is our 3rd act. So it's only fitting, right?
Absolutely.
We were
Absolutely.
an afternoon show for 10 years. And then we have been in the mornings ever since. We had a 14-month sabbatical, and then we had a 2-month sabbatical in between working for a local company and being syndicated with the Florida Sports Network. And the Florida Sports Network is going away at the end of the month. And so even though we own the show, they syndicated it, and they handled the business end of it. So now
the business end of it, they did nothing.
Well, they did nothing, but they were supposed to. And so now it's all on Miller and Moulton. So that's what we've been telling you about, that, we're starting from scratch, and, we have satellite expenses and other expenses. And then, never mind, we're hoping to make $20-30 out of this deal. So that's basically what we've been advertising for the last week.
As it was said to us by a friend, we have been in everyone else's boat in rough seas for the last 18 years, being bounced around. Now, if we sink, we will sink in our own boat.
Correct. We're just patching up holes in the boat as we're throwing it in the water. It's like we didn't think we'd have to use this sucker, and now we have to. So that's what's going on with Miller and Moulton. But we celebrate 18 years today, and we thank you, obviously. Never would have happened without you. We enjoyed great success right out of the chute. We really did. We actually were, I think our second ratings book, we were number 1. The only time we've ever been number 1.
Exactly. And that's the only time it wasn't in our contract that we got paid for ratings.
Correct. We've been consistently in the top 5, oftentimes in the top 3. Last ratings book, we're number 2 with men. So, we're not bad, and we thank you for supporting us along the way. And, hopefully we can continue to do our thing. So 18 years, Miller and Moulton. And if we see 19, we'll see 25.
And that's the truth. But it's C19 is going to be the tough part. And that's why you've heard the ads. That's why you've heard the pleas from David and I, as we are actively looking for sponsors for this show. 21,000 is the text line. If you have any interest, we would love to hear from you. We have great deals. We will take care of people. If you've listened to the advertisers we've had on the show and continue to have, we take care of them, and we will take care of you in the same fashion. We actually have a poll question up already, David.
I know. This is the funny thing. It's a celebratory day. We're both up early. We're both wide awake. We're rested. All right. We've got our 3 longest time guests on the show today: Gary Danielson, Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan. All right. And before the show started, we had a poll question.
Poll question developed yesterday. I asked David late in the show to basically take the Florida teams, the Big 7, the 3 pro and the 4 teams that are in Power 5, Power 4 conferences, and rank them as far as who has the most pressure on them this season. And we think the Dolphins and the Gators have the most pressure. Which do you think out of the 2 of them has the most pressure on them this season? The Miami Dolphins or the Florida Gators? That's our poll question.
And some wondered, hey, why didn't you include South Florida? Remember how Mark worded it, the 4 power conferences. The Bulls are not yet in the ACC. That's still about 3-4 years away. Okay, but it's going to happen. All right, South Florida is going to be in the ACC. The question is, when they join the ACC, will the ACC still be a power conference? Let me ask you this, Mark. Quick sidebar. Let's just say what has been rumored now for a year and is going to be rumored about until you and I both think it's going to happen, which is the breakup of the ACC. Do you think that, A, the ACC will still be a conference, or do you think it will go the way of the Pac-12? That's number 1. And then number two, if it stays together, if you think it will be a conference kind of along the lines of the Mountain West, it won't be a power conference, but it'll be probably the most highly thought of group of, call
Group
it
of
whatever you
seven.
want. Yeah, now be group of six, group of seven. Okay, conference. That, is that what will become of it? Do you believe the Big 12 would take South Florida?
All right. Let's go back. Question number one is, do I think the ACC will go away like the Pac-12? I do not. I think the ACC will remain a conference. There's still, if Duke and Wake and some of the schools, Syracuse, I think they need a home. So I think the ACC will remain a conference. That's first and foremost. I don't see the conference going away like the Pac-12. I think that they will be able to get an East Carolina, a South Florida. I think there are other schools that they'd be able to grab to put together something. That's first. Do I think that the Big 12 would take South Florida? The new stadium does a lot to entice, I think, a conference like the Big 12. How much pull would UCF have? Because I don't think they'd want South Florida in their conference.
I'm sure they wouldn't. But I don't think they have much say. I mean, I don't think they have veto power, put it that way.
No, I don't either. I don't think South Florida would get in the Big 12. I think the Big 12 would look at South Florida as beneath them. They grabbed the AAC schools that they wanted. Now they're grabbing the ACC schools that they want. I don't think there would be room for South Florida because the conference would be too damn big, David.
I think if I had to bet that by the end of this decade, I would bet South Florida's in the ACC. And like you, I would bet that the ACC is clinging. It's number 4 in the Power 4 structure, but it's still barely considered a power conference, to be determined later whether or not it remains. But I'll say this, Mark. I think where South Florida ends up depends on where Florida State ends up. I don't believe, and I don't think you do either, all this talk in the last couple of weeks that the Big Ten's not interested in Florida State. I think the key word missing is now. Big Ten's just waiting for the legal stuff to dissipate. And also Florida State's working on getting that AAU certification. And you go down the road 2-3 years when the ACC legal matter has been resolved one way or the other, and they've have the AAU certification, I am betting a large amount of money that Florida State ends up in the Big Ten. And Mark, I believe if Florida State and Miami go to the Big Ten, that the Big 12 will say, you know what, give me another school in Florida.
So essentially you're saying South Florida's ride to the Big 12 is largely contingent on what happens with Florida State.
I do. I believe South Florida by the end of the decade will be in a power conference, but it depends on where Florida State ends up as to which power conference. Florida State goes north. I think South Florida goes west, if you will. Florida State goes west. South Florida goes the ACC. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Detroit looks great. God. Between Trent and Paula. Mark, sorry about the last break. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at the chat room.
We'll live. We were all over the place there.
What's 20 years?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Big day today, celebratory day. It was 18 years ago today that we first hooked up to do a show together. July 24, 2006, it was a Monday. You know, I had yet to start working for Gary Danielson. In fact, I don't even think he had hired me. If my memory serves me correctly, he called me at home in like mid-August. And he said, hey, I have
the year before we were together.
No. Gary came on when Mark did mornings, I did afternoons. Gary and I developed a friendship the 2 seasons before you and I joined forces to do a show. Gary was still with ABC, but he had moved to Southwest Florida, listened to the station, and full disclosure, invited himself on the show through a guy he played golf with who emailed me regularly, and somehow the show came up, and then so Gary came on the show, and then Gary would come in on Mondays. We would do an hour at 4:00 on Monday at this little, AM station. And at the time, he's working with Brent Musburger. He's the lead college football analyst on ABC. And he would come in on Mondays, and he took calls. Him and I did a half hour together, and then he took calls for a half an hour. And he wanted to hear what it was what were their thoughts on the weekend? What did they see? That sort of deal. And so we developed a bit of a friendship. And then he moved to CBS in 2006 to do the SEC. And they had a spotter position available. He didn't have one at ABC. He did 15 years. He didn't have anybody helping him out. And so he called me like a month before the first game and was like, hey, I have an idea. This may only last a week. You interested? Yeah, sure. We'll start our 19th season in a month. But Gary will be on the show an hour from now, fittingly enough.
Does he know the reason he's on the show today? Does he think it's for Big Ten Media Days, or is he aware it's our 18th anniversary together? Because if he does, he's going to bring a high level of snark to the show.
All right. I'll be as brutally honest as I can. And I actually have a jam-packed starting 5. This was not the day to be chatty. Okay, but no. But to be brutally honest with you, Mark, do you know why I ended up teasing our anniversary for 2 days? Because when I first looked at the 2006 calendar, I thought that our first show was on the 23rd. And then when I looked at it again, I realized, oh, wow, that was the Sunday. Our show was on Monday. So that's why on the 22nd, I said, hey, we're going to have a celebration tomorrow. And then I double checked and realized, oh, snap, it's actually Wednesday. So no, Gary was booked for Big Ten Media Days, and it just turns out to be the anniversary.
The Starting 5. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
Good timing. That's timing. That's actually timing.
That's how we roll, folks. We are a finely tuned, well-oiled machine. Hey, we have breaking news. The IOC has just awarded the 2034 Winter Olympics to Salt Lake City by an 83-6 vote. Winter Olympics going back to Salt Lake City 32 years after they were first there. So we got the Summer Olympics in 2028 in LA, and we got the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City in 2034. So there. So they got an NHL team, and they're back in the Olympics ball game with 10 years to prepare. Listen, let's start with the NFL. Man, first off, the Steelers show up at camp today. That makes all 32 teams with everybody in camp, or at least everybody who wants to be in camp. So the Steelers arrive at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, PA, and they'll have their first workout tomorrow, so everybody's in camp. All right, pay attention to all the contract news. Hassan Reddick holding out with the Jets, getting fined $50,000 a day. CeeDee Lamb has said he's not reporting today for the Cowboys. So that's $50,000 a day for CeeDee Lamb. He wants a contract extension. By the way, Michael Gallup used to be with the Cowboys, now with the Raiders. Yeah, he retired. So they put him on the, retired list. We'll see if it stays retired. So Randy Gregory, who didn't show up for mandatory minicamp and got over $100,000 in fines, he hasn't shown up for training camp either. So he's on the did not report reserve list. And we'll see if Randy Gregory's career is over. Turns out Brandon Ayuk, a week after saying, I want to be traded. Yeah, he showed up for camp to avoid the fine.
Still wants to be traded. He just doesn't want to be fined.
Exactly, $50,000 a day. So Matthew Stafford had his contract, quote, adjusted but not extended. Speculation is, since this was the last year of guaranteed money, despite having 3 years left on his deal, that the Rams have guaranteed more of the money remaining on his deal. This is very interesting what the Browns did yesterday. Amari Cooper's in the final year of his contract, yet they gave him A, a $5 million raise, and B, guaranteed all of his money for this year. He's still an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. They're clearly trying to get some goodwill with Amari Cooper. I mean, they didn't have to do either. So, interesting signing by the Jags yesterday. Tyson Campbell gets a 4-year, $76 million extension, 53 of it guaranteed. 24-year-old second-round pick. He only played 11 games last year, had 1 interception, 5 breakups. And he's getting a top 10 cornerback money in the league contract. That's a very interesting signing. Obviously they believe in him and what have you, but Vikings did the same with left tackle Christian Darrisaw. He's got 2 years left on his rookie deal. They gave him a 4-year extension on top of it at about $28 million a year, $77 million guaranteed. He's now signed for the rest of the decade. That's 6 more seasons they've got Darrisaw under contract. So there you have it. Lots of contract news in the NFL yesterday. Baseball. All the scoring took place in the first 3 innings in Miami, and the Marlins double up the Orioles 6-3. Jazz Chisholm with a 3-run homer. Trade him. Trade him now.
He's doing everything he can do to help you trade him. He's crushing the ball at the moment.
Yes.
Get this over with.
He's playing every day. He's not hurt. He hasn't gone into a slump. Trade deadline's in less than a week. Trade him before the game tonight. What are you doing? Rays, by the way, all they keep doing is winning. They're 2 games over 500. They beat Toronto 4-2. Brandon Lau with a 2-run homer. Jeff McNeil, who had been one of the worst players in baseball the first half of this year, has hit 4 homers in 5 games. He hit a 2-run homer last night, helped the Mets beat the Yankees 3-2. The Mets, by the way, walked Aaron Judge 4 times. They didn't even mess around. They said, yeah, the lineup sucks after you. We are not pitching to you. 32,422 in Pittsburgh last night. 13,500 more people showed up for Paul Skeens pitching last night in Pittsburgh than the Monday night game. Skeens took a 2-hitter into the 9th. It was tied at 1. He gives up 2 hits, including an RBI single, loses 2-1, his first loss as a pro. Heck of a game last night Cards, Pirates, 2-1, St. Louis. Brewers beat the Cubs 1-0 by scoring 1 in the 8th. Phillies scored 3 in the 9th to beat the Twins 3-0. They pick up a half a game on the Braves, who were rained out with the Reds. They'll do a double dip today. Keep that in mind. Sale, by the way, was scheduled to pitch last night. I don't think he ever warmed up, so I would expect him to go today. Interesting, Mark. Braves called a team meeting before that game that got rained out last night. So anyway, but bet the doubleheader today, Reds and Braves. Cleveland snapped a 3-game skid and picked up a game on both Minnesota and Kansas City by beating Detroit 5-4. Their lead is 5 in the Central because the Royals lost to Arizona 6-2. The Astros and Mariners keep losing to teams that are bad. Oakland beat Houston 8-2 in front of 5,896 in Oakland. Angels beat the Mariners the second straight day 5-1. So those two teams remain tied. And Texas beat the White Sox again because everybody beats the White Sox. 9 in a row, the Southsiders have lost. 3-2 Rangers. They're 3 games below 500. And do you know how many games out of first they are? 3. Ohtani, 3 RBIs. Dodgers 5-2 over the Giants. Arise and Profar hit back-to-back homers. Padres shut out the Nats 4-0. And Tyler O'Neill, 2 homers. Red Sox snap a 4-game skid. They beat Colorado 6-0. NBA news. Listen, they're old, but the Sixers have had a hell of an offseason if they can be healthy come the playoffs. We all know about the Paul George signing, but they have really fortified their bench. They added Reggie Jackson. That's the Charlotte Bobcats, Hornets, Reggie Jackson, not, Mr. October. He's 34 years old, but he's been in the league 13 years, come off the bench, score about 10 points a game. That's a pretty good 8th, 9th man in the rotation right there. The Sixers, they're old. Don't know if they'll be healthy come the playoffs, but if the Sixers are healthy come the playoffs, that's going to be a tough out, even for the Celtics. I'm a day late with this, but the Blue Jackets hired a coach. Think about it. They hired a GM, did the draft, did free agency, and then hired a coach. Boy, that coach has a lot of say, doesn't he? He's got a lot of power in that organization. Dean Evason's the coach of the Blue Jackets. He had been the coach of the Wild for 5 years till he got fired early last season. And good news to report in a sense, 75-year-old John Force, the NHRA legend, he of the 157 wins and 16-time Funny Car champion. He had actually won 2 races earlier this year, but his car blew up on him last month in Virginia as he was crossing the finish line, and he went careening into a concrete barrier. He suffered traumatic brain injury and a fractured sternum, and after over a month in the hospital, he was released, and he will recover at home. 75-year-old John Force. And at 10 minutes before the hour mark, that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Our poll question. It's been up for an hour. I know. Who has more pressure on them this year, Gators or Dolphins? And I voted Dolphins because Napier just needs to win 7 games. Mike McDaniel needs to win a playoff game, or else he's going to lose his job.
You think that's the case? They win. They go
Yes.
10-7. They make the playoffs. They lose a playoff game. You think he's done?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. You got to remember, okay, he inherited a winning team. He inherited a team who had had 2 straight winning seasons. He will have had it for 3 years. They will have upgraded the talent significantly during those 3 years, and he will have done nothing more with it, really, than what Brian Flores had done. Yeah, I do. I think, come on now. 3 years, no playoff wins. With that collection of talent, you really, with Bill Belichick standing on the sidelines, you really think you're going to go, I think he's growing into the job. The owner's 83 years old.
No, I get that. What would happen? Would Greer survive?
I think so. I do, because I think self-preservation, he'd go to, Stephen Ross, and he'd say, well, do you hold me more at fault, or do you hold the coach? Do you hold the results or do you hold the roster? Pretty good roster. You've owned this team for how many years? Have we ever had a better roster?
He's tried to give him an offensive line. I still don't think they've ever had an offensive line that's worthy of what you expect out of them, David.
I don't disagree. It's no better than average. And his best offensive linemen are injury prone. That's not a good combination. But yes, I think Mike McDaniel, Stephen Ross has never won a playoff game. A quarter century, basically, without winning a playoff game. Yeah, it's time. It's time. Yes, has to do damage in January, I believe. Would you bring him back? 10-7, okay, 7 seed, lose in the first round of the playoffs again?
I would, because I'm not as quick to fire coaches.
Ooh, this roster's a 24, 25, no more than 26 roster. I mean, how much longer are you going to have that left tackle? How much longer are you going to have Tyreek Hill? I mean, it's time, man.
I agree that it's time. I wouldn't be as quick to bounce somebody with 10 wins. That's me.
7 seed, 6 seed, 7 seed is the scenario that you're presenting. Loss in January. No, it's time to get over the hump. I mean, that's what the Bucs did with Tony Dungy. They went out and got Gruden. Gary Danielson in 45 minutes, Miller and Moulton.
Sin and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Rob, the only thing you can do is if you know someone who would advertise, put them towards us. That's really it. Thank you very much for the kind words. And believe it or not, we don't need a lot of advertisers. We need 10 to 15 solid advertisers, and we're golden. It's daunting, but it's not as daunting as it could be, I guess. Someone came to us and wanted us to do the show on Twitch, which we did, which Amazon owns it. We thought there was some there. And now it's a necessity because it allows David and I to see one another since we're not in the same town.
Right. 3 years ago, I was still living in Southwest Florida. Well, didn't the Raiders get 2 first-round picks for Gruden?
2/3. First?
Excuse me. I thought the Bucs gave up 2 first-rounders for Gruden.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on a special day. 18 years ago today, we teamed up for the first time. Miller and Moulton. July 24th, 2006. Been a hell of a ride. Afternoons, mornings. Then 3 years ago, gentleman took a flyer on us on syndication. All right. And we're very appreciative of him for doing that. Okay. He bet on sports gambling in Florida. All right. State of Florida decided to go in a different direction. He said, guys, I got to go. We said, we understand. We got you. You mind if we keep on keeping on? He said, good luck. So he's going to keep on keeping on. We're going to try to keep on keeping on. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us. 18 years, and hopefully we can keep doing this for a little longer because, well, Mark's daughter's going into 5th grade. We got to get her to college. We got to go 2 more Olympics. All right. In fact, tell you what, the breaking news of the morning is Salt Lake City just got the 2034 Winter Olympics. There's the goal, Mark. Can we get to the Salt Lake City Games of 2034?
Wow, that would be something.
It would be something. I don't know if I'm planning on going that long. I know I have it in the back of my mind to get your daughter to college. I got 8 more. Then I'm year to year. That after that, the whole I told you this a couple years ago. I go, so here's the deal. Just so you and your wife can plan for whatever it's worth. All right. In my mind, I got to get your daughter to college. Then that's 4 option years. and they're my option.
They're all it's like a college scholarship. They're really 1-year scholarships that we can get rid of you at any point. It may look like a 4-year deal, but it's really not a 4-year deal.
Right. You've got me. You have me hook, line, and sinker, sir, for 8 years. After that, the tables turn. Okay, then I'm year to year. Because I'll be like 66 and change. We get your daughter to college. I mean, so then it's a matter of, am I going to keep going to 70? That's all. I just have to decide.
Whether you want to drive that Domino's truck or
right.
for a couple of years or keep doing
Amazon,
this.
Right. FedEx, Amazon, UPS. Yep. Yep. So, and it's fitting and it just worked out this way. This was not done intentionally because I literally got the days confused as to when our anniversary day was. I began the week thinking it was yesterday. So it just so happened that our lineup today is Gary Danielson, Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan, literally the 3 guests that have been with us regularly the longest. So it's fitting on our anniversary show that's our guest lineup. And Gary will join us from Big Ten Media Days in about 35 minutes.
We'll see if any of our guests chastise either of us the way that David Sampson chastised David on the show yesterday. And it's fitting that the Pittsburgh Pirates lost yesterday, even though Skeens pitched very well, pitched into the 9th, 104 pitches, they lose 2-1. But David making an impassioned plea for the Pirates making the playoffs and how tough of an out they would be with their pitching.
They would.
And David Sampson wanted nothing to do with it in July.
Nope. Slapped me around pretty good. Pretty good. Yes. So there you have it. So a celebratory day today. And our third act, as we like to say, afternoons, mornings, syndication. And we are grateful for all 3, because we needed them. And we're appreciative. And now it's up to us, 100% on us. And, hopefully we can take it from here, get it to the finish line. But 18 years and at least 8 more. That's the plan. And who knows? Could be 12 more. We could do 30.
Look, right now, I'm just hoping for 19. I'm not being greedy. I'm hoping for a show. You know what I'm really hoping for, David? Is to have to put together a best of show for Labor Day. That's what I'm hoping for. Because that's really needed.
That's how we've done it on this show over the years. Small goals. I am curious, though, if we go back 18 years. So we joined forces, got off to an interesting start, too. We were stumbling all over each other. First off, the studio it was too small, and we were literally sitting right next to one another. And we needed, and they moved us after about 4 months. They moved us into a bigger studio, and that helped. Because the producer was literally across the table from us as well. It was like 3 people at a small bar table doing a show. It was a little too tight.
It was very tight. I mean, so much so that we took calls back then, and our producer would have to turn to the side and answer the 770, and you could still kind of hear this muffled sound as he was trying to get the calls. And then he would write on a blackboard, a whiteboard.
Right.
With a Sharpie or erasable Sharpie, who the caller was and where they're from. David Fort Myers. And he would hold it up. That's how we took calls.
Right. And that's my thing. I want the name and I want to know where they're from. All right. Mark doesn't care where you're from. I care. I want to know where you're from. All right. A lot of shows want to know what you want to talk about. Miller, Moulton, whatever. Bring it. We'll deal with it. You change the subject, we can always hang up on you. I would say, but yes, we took calls. I was really into taking calls. Mark was always like, calls. It's funny, listeners don't like callers. You sure? Yeah. And then over time, we took less calls and less calls. Then texts came about. That was a good thing. So, and the only reason
between the text line and the Twitch chat room, we interact with you constantly.
Right.
As much as you would like to interact.
And so that's how the show has evolved. But we were in the afternoons for 10 years. And then after our first hiatus, we went to mornings. And then We thought we were going to go seamlessly into syndication, but we actually got let go in our second act 2 months before the Florida Sports Network was formed and picked us up. And now we've done almost 3 years together. And we are grateful for that, goodness knows, because otherwise, well, there'd be no third act and there'd be no chance to continue. So we are grateful for it, and we appreciate it. And we don't blame him for, I mean, he made a business decision, and quite frankly, we probably would have made the same one. Okay.
21,000 is the text line. You can always join us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, or search for us on YouTube as well, Miller and Moulton, and you can watch the show that way if you don't want to jump on to the Twitch stream.
And DC, our answers are different. You asked, which do we prefer, mornings or afternoons? See, I worked in local television forever. So I didn't go to work till 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I was always a night person, always. Games are at night. I always work nights. You know, I worked many a weekend. And so I'm a night person. Used to watch late night TV, stay up to between 2 and 4 in the morning. So I preferred afternoons. Okay. Mark was the one who, you know.
Well, it wasn't that I preferred afternoons over mornings. It's that we had a long hiatus. I got another job. I wanted to keep that job because we didn't know what Act 2 was going to entail. So It just worked out better for mornings, and it actually worked out better for David and his travel.
Yes.
He doesn't like mornings as much. He would rather do afternoons. But for what you do for a living, it wouldn't work doing afternoons.
No. The schedule, it fit. And also, Mark has a younger kid than I do. So the mornings fit his lifestyle, and I realized that. And then Mark said, you know, it's actually going to fit your lifestyle too. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'd prefer to stay up late watching games and what have you, but you're right. I should probably go to bed by 10:30, 11. You're right. You're right. I'll grow up. Eventually, I'll grow up. So a lot going on in the sports world. Man, a lot of NFL news yesterday. Whew, we got some people holding out. Hassan Reddick with the Jets. CeeDee Lamb with the Cowboys. Once again, this offseason, the Jerry Jones, Dak's counting $55 million against the cap. Second biggest cap hit in the league this year is the Cowboys quarterback entering the final year of his contract. And he doesn't have an extension with CeeDee Lamb. He doesn't have an extension with his best offensive lineman. Hasn't done anything with Micah Parsons. Only has one franchise tag he can use. I mean, man, this is a hell of a. Is this a roll of the dice? Is this stand back with your arms folded and say, you know what? I'm sick of all the talk, guys. Go out and flip and prove it.
It is, David, if the money next year, didn't count against Dak, this is bad business. I don't know any other way to describe it. It would be one thing, David, if you could just fold your arms and start over next year. But you're starting over with having to eat a bunch of cap money. I mean, this is as bad of a business decision as I've seen an NFL team make. They've put themselves in this position.
Dak's going to count $35 million against their cap next year, whether he's on the team or not, because of all the times that the Cowboys have gone to the bank of Dak to afford to do their other business. So, and the other thing is that I think the other quarterbacks on the roster, their contracts are up at the end of this year too, because Trey Lance's his fifth-year option wasn't picked up, so his rookie deal expires at the end of this year, and I think Cooper Rush's contract is also up at the end of this year. So the Cowboys right now do not have a quarterback under contract for 2025 on their roster. That is different. There's no doubt about that. Our poll question, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. So which team is under more pressure this year, the Gators or the Dolphins?
I've had it up for an hour. I'm staring at it right now on my X feed, and I still haven't voted because I'm not sure what the answer is. Because I think they both have a tremendous amount of pressure on them. And that the Gators' pressure gets so much more substantial if they don't beat the Miami Hurricanes week 1. Whereas the Dolphins will materialize throughout the season. I think the Gators' pressure early is even greater.
I think it's I think most people will instinctively well, the Gators, of course. What's the bar that Napier has to meet? Now, of course, we could joke and say the Gator schedule is harder, but boom. And actually, in comparison, it is. All right, not saying the teams are tougher, but right. But if Napier goes 7-5, do you think he's losing his job?
No,
I don't. Right. Mike McDaniel goes 10-7, sneaks into the playoffs or is on the outside looking in and doesn't win a playoff game this year. Do you think he's getting a year 4?
That's what I'm fighting, David. That's what I'm fighting.
Yeah, I don't. Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. No, you're right, Paul. You are right. Week 1, winners and losers. Half make the playoffs, half don't. Everything all right over there, David?
Yeah, I'm just texting. But yes, I agree with you. I wonder if he got tipped off.
By whom?
I don't know.
Are you getting all that scratching?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you getting static right now?
that in your headphones?
Might be.
Feeney says he can hear it. That's weird. Huh.
It's coming
Static?
from you. It's coming from you. Because when I turn your mic off, it goes away. Can you just check your wires? There we go.
How are we doing?
That got rid of it. Kind of.
Right.
Gone. Don't touch anything. Ever again.
Okay. Yeah, but now the thing is, I don't know which chord.
I've got nothing right now. So
Yeah. Also, I got a MiFi over here. I wonder if it. Well, I'm hoping I have to go spend more money on more stuff. That's what I'm hoping. So you want to do the, I rearranged the leagues?
yes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Our 18th anniversary is the show. It's our third act. We did afternoons, we did mornings, and now nearly 3 years syndication thanks to the Florida Sports Network. We'll always be grateful to Marty for taking a chance on us. So we got Gary Danielson, first off, coming up in a little more than 15 minutes. But Mark, you know what I've been doing in my life the last few days.
Right. You've been busy the past few weeks as a caretaker, which every once in a while there's downtime as your wife had major surgery. You've been taking care of her. And when you haven't been able to leave the house as much as normal, go on those leisurely drives that you like so much. So
Right.
you've had a little extra time when she's trying to rest and get a little R&R as she's rehabbing the knee. So there's a lot going on.
And this week we're having to get new flooring because anyway, there a pipe burst and our wood floors started, and so we had to get new flooring. So we're in a hotel for those that are watching on Twitch, and they're like, "That's not your normal background." No, it's not, but it's a beautiful Homewood Suites in Jacksonville. Do you like the painting? Anyway, so I've had some downtime. You're right, Mark. And the last time I had downtime, while my wife was having the knee replacement surgery, I rearranged the NBA divisions once we add Seattle and Las Vegas to the NBA with our latest round of expansion coming up in the latter part of this decade. So yesterday, now that it looks like we're going to have a Rays stadium, that I rearranged the baseball divisions, anticipating that we're going to be adding Nashville and Portland in the coming years. I went with 8 4-team divisions like the NFL.
Okay.
I put Portland in the American League because they got to stay in the West with Seattle. No reason adding Portland if we're not going to make them division rivals with Seattle.
100% agree.
I put Nashville in the National League South with the Marlins, the Braves, and the Nats.
So you didn't do any league moving. You did not move teams from one league to another, or did you?
Well, I did. Originally, that's what I did. I put Nashville in the National League South with DC. But then I said, that's probably not the best thing to do. If we were really going to do this right, shouldn't we switch Tampa Bay and Washington? I mean, shouldn't we put Tampa Bay in the South with Miami, Atlanta, and Nashville? I mean, come on.
As a National League team.
So we make the Rays a National League team.
They kind of play like one.
And what we then do is put the Nats in the Central. Now, we could put them in the East, but so I'm switching the Rays and the Nats, one to the National League, one to the American League.
Okay.
National League East, Mets, Phillies, Pirates, Reds. West is the Dodgers, the Giants, the Padres, and the Diamondbacks. Midwest, Colorado, St. Louis, Milwaukee, and the Cubs. Got to keep the Cubs and the Cards together. The South, I'm going Tampa Bay, Miami, Atlanta, Nashville. Now, the key is what division to put the Nats. And to me, it comes down to where you putting the Nats and where you putting the Blue Jays. You could put Toronto in the East with Boston, the Yankees, and the Orioles. Or you can put Toronto in the Central with Cleveland, Detroit, and the White Sox, and put DC in the East. And you'd have Boston, New York, DC, and the Orioles. And the Central would be Toronto, Cleveland, Detroit, and the South Side of Chicago. And the Midwest divisions, Texas, Houston, Minnesota, Kansas City. So
shouldn't it be the Mid-South division? Sorry.
Well, no, I don't know what to tell you. We can call it I'd like to call it the Central. They're all in the Central time zone. I mean, maybe we do that. But anyway, so I'm switching the Rays and the Nats. I'm switching leagues. And I'm putting Tampa Bay with Miami, Atlanta, and Nashville. And then in the American League, you tell me what you want to do. You want to put Toronto in the East with Boston, New York, and Baltimore? Or do you want to put the Nats in the East with the Red Sox, Orioles, and Yankees and put Toronto in the, call it whatever you want, Central, North, call it the North?
I would put Toronto in the North and the Nats in the East, personally.
Okay. So then that's what we'd go with. Seattle, Portland, Vegas, and Anaheim would be your West. Seattle, Portland, Vegas, and Anaheim.
Or
your
Sacramento, or wherever it is the A's end up
exactly,
playing.
Right. The East would be Yankees, Red Sox, Orioles, Nats. I-95 division. Call it, I'll tell you what, call it the Central. Texas, Houston, Minnesota, Kansas City. And then call it the North, in which it'd be Toronto, Cleveland, Detroit, and the White Sox. Got to admit, geographically, these divisions are spectacular. I mean, come on. Boston, New York, Baltimore, D.C., Miami, Tampa, Atlanta, Nashville, Mets, Phillies, Pirates, Reds. The Midwest division, St. Louis, Milwaukee, the Cubs, they're all right there. Colorado, don't know what to tell you. There's an outlier. I can't. I don't think I can do better than this. I don't think Major League Baseball can do better than this. Rays and Nats switch leagues. Portland goes to the AL, Nashville goes to the NL. You realign. And then you figure out how many teams you want in the playoffs, how you want to do it, the whole deal, that's on you. I did the realignment.
I think Baltimore would be kicking and screaming about the Nats coming to their division. I do. Tough. But that, like, I don't see any resistance from Tampa going to the NL. I mean, Tampa might be bothered by it for a little bit, but I do think, and you lose a little bit not getting Boston and New York coming all the time, but you'd get some from Atlanta coming all the time, and hopefully from Miami. And I don't think it would stop it. I just think Baltimore would go kicking and screaming into this realignment, if you know what I mean. They're the only team that I could see really complaining about it.
Yeah, it would suck having your biggest rival be 30 minutes away.
They don't think of them as a rival, though. They think of the Nats as beneath them.
Well,
with the whole TV network and how that's going.
No, I know. It's awkward. There's no doubt. They've had a bad business relationship. It got all new ownership, though, with the Orioles.
Exactly.
So that's why, like, you could never have done this when the last name owner of the Orioles was Angelos. You can do it now.
I agree with that. And I'm not saying that because I like the realignment. I just think it's the only one where there would be a vocal complaint from a team is about the Nats coming into the Orioles division.
And you know this is part of the Miller and Moulton charm. You know how we would handle that complaint. We would say, no, sir, I understand. I hear everything. I'm just curious. Did that check arrive in the mail? It did? How much was that check worth again for Nashville and Portland? Oh, was that $135 million? Okay, it's what I thought. By the way, the schedule for you being with Boston, the Yankees, and the Nats, that'll be coming out real soon. Okay. I hope you'll smile at the press conference. Think of the $135 million. That all goes to you, by the way. You don't have to share that.
Were there a lot of scratch outs? Did you get this done in one clean swoop? Did you have to do a lot of work, or did this come to you like a great song in 7 minutes?
2 scratch outs, 2 asterisks, 2 addendums, and an arrow.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
So, Gary Danielson, Big Ten Media Days. It's been about 20 years since he's done this. He'll join us next. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
No, Feeney, we're beyond that. And Vern hasn't done a game since 2016. So we're not going there. Well, there's two questions, Irish, with the Rays, in my opinion. One, if you're the Rays, do you think you're a legit playoff contender? Because your run differential's minus 60, yet you're, what, 4 games out of a playoff spot? So are you fool's gold, or do you think you're legit? And then secondly, with all the people you're thinking of trading, do you want them for next year, A, but B, can you afford them? Do you want them at what you're going to have to pay them? And I think ultimately, Irish, the answer is the Rays don't want them for what their salaries will be in 25 and 26. So I expect the Rays to do a lot of dealing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Poll question. Who's under more pressure this year, the Dolphins or the Gators? Different kinds of pressure, but vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan 1 hour from now. Big anniversary show today, so it's appropriate that someone who has been with us since the very beginning, Gary Danielson, is kind enough to join us live from Big Ten Media Days, or at least his hotel room, before Big Ten Media Days for the day gets underway. Good morning, Gary. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Hey, how's guys? Looking, as my old partner used to say, I'm looking live out my window at Lucas Oil Stadium here in Indianapolis for Big Ten meetings. So had a good night last night. But hey, you guys, been hearing some of your commercials. You are a civic duty. I've been listening to you guys for 18 years. I know everybody else, when everybody comes back in the fall, all the advertisers out there, do you know how much traffic and people are going to be listening to Miller and Moulton in the fall? There's no way that you guys are going to leave Southwest Florida. We need you. We need you around here.
Wow. A passion plea from Gary Danielson. Wow. Now I feel pressure, Mark. How about you?
I do. A civic duty. I don't know if I've ever had that thrust upon me before, other than the occasional jury summons that I get.
And knowing you guys, if you have to do it for free, you get the deal.
Well, Gary knows one of us very well now, Mark, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. We may have to add columns to the show now, David, if that's the case. If we're doing stuff for free, maybe you can start writing again.
No, there's going to be, you guys are going to climb into the market. Don't worry about it. It's coming. It's coming. When you build for 18 years, year 19 is going to be something. I'm going to tell you that right now. Congratulations, by the way. You guys got a great show. You know that.
Thank you, Gary.
Since the beginning. Both of you.
Thank you. We have our poll question today is who has more pressure, the Dolphins or the Gators? I'm curious, who do you think has the most pressure on them in the Big Ten? It's got to be Ohio State, right?
No doubt, and probably specifically Ryan Day. And I don't even know if anything's really close. I mean, James Franklin's flirting around with, being there 10 years. Luke Fickell at Wisconsin is, that program was played the way they did with power football, and Luke is trying to tweak it a little bit. Didn't have a great year, last year. I guess Sharon Moore, I don't think in his first year, but what Harbaugh built there, I think a little bit also Matt Rule at Nebraska. He wants his, that Nebraska thing to turn, and he has a good record, but I don't think it's anything close to what Ryan Day has at Ohio State.
From afar, before anybody gets hurt and anybody plays a game, when you look at the Big Ten, what are like your top couple thoughts?
So I've read most of the stuff and been following it like you guys. There seems to be a divide of about 5 teams from the rest of the conference. We've got them: Penn State, Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, and then Iowa because of their schedule. But the ironic thing about all of those 5 teams, when you look at it, their biggest question mark is quarterback. I mean, at Penn State, Drew Aller was supposed to be the guy a year ago. Kind of nothing, played well against inferior talent, didn't come up big in the big game, still a question mark now. Ohio State is bringing in a transfer. Will it be Will Howard? Will Devin Brown, the one who lost the job, the player who lost the job a year ago? Big question mark there for Ohio State. These are teams that are vying to try to win, not only a Big Ten championship, but go deep into the playoffs. Michigan, new quarterback, Alex Orji, I guess, is going to be the guy. Iowa, Cade McNamara is coming back from injury. Will they be able to score any points? And even Oregon with Dylan Gabriel. I know he's a fine quarterback, but, that's new, and he's replacing a first-round draft pick. When you're talking about the elite part of your league, the teams that are playing for a national championship or vying for it at least, and all of them, I would say their biggest question mark on their team is quarterback, and contrast that a little bit to the SEC. The SEC is loaded with returning quarterbacks: Carson Beck, Jalen Milroe, Quinn Ewers, Texas A&M's Connie Wigman coming back, Garrett Nussmeyer, Brady Cook at Missouri, Jackson Dart at Ole Miss. Even Graham Mertz has done a good job. The whole SEC is loaded with veteran returning quarterbacks. And then the Big Ten, that may be the biggest difference. Who will come through for those elite teams?
When you look at Penn State specifically in the quarterback position, is it the quarterback that didn't grow last year, or is it Franklin's inability to grow the offense for that team? Because it seems that no matter who the quarterback is, the same problems occur at Penn State.
I think it's a little bit, Mark, a little bit of uncomfortableness with the style that Drew plays that doesn't fit the eye of Franklin. He's changed offensive coordinators. He's bringing in the guy, can't remember his name right now, from Kansas. And it's a Kansas offense that likes to have an athletic running court. I mean, irony of irony, 3 years ago, it was Sean Clifford was the guy who was holding back, or I guess it was 2 years ago, was holding back Penn State. If they could just get Drew Aller in there, everything would be solved. Well, now Sean Clifford's the backup quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. It would be exactly the fit of the quarterback that James Franklin and their new offensive coordinator would want. So that's still, I think, in play. Drew's got a lot of talent, but he's more of a pocket passer and really doesn't give any run from the quarterback position. So that's going to be interesting to look at.
So many people obviously associate you with the SEC because you just did their games for 18 years. But we know that you grew up in Michigan, you went to Purdue, you played 13 years in the NFL for 2 teams located in Michigan and Ohio. The Big Ten is your backyard. It's where you grew up. It's also, you did those games for 15 years before you went to CBS. So now you come back to do the Big Ten full time, and the Pac-12 teams are there, if you know what I mean. A big
Right.
8 team is there. When you look at the Big Ten as someone who grew up in Big Ten country, how does this Big 18 just look to you?
I think that might be a little bit that no one really is familiar with how this is going to look. The most compelling story of, I'm not saying the best teams per se. I mean, they're good teams. I mean, those teams are good. But I think the most compelling story going into this year is what will the Big Ten look like? I mean, what will USC and Oregon, UCLA and Washington, they're going to be a little bit in transition this year. But just how is this going to feel to Big Ten fans? I mean, as you say, I grew up with it. I've said this, I think, even on your show. I grew up with a dream. My number one dream was playing in the Rose Bowl, not the Super Bowl. I grew up, my first experience with color TV ever was at my uncle's house, and we watched the Rose Bowl game when Wisconsin was in the Rose Bowl. I mean, I couldn't believe what it looked like. That's all I wanted to do. So, yes, that familiarity for Big Ten fans, I don't think I'm any different than everybody else coming into this season. Yeah, I've been doing these games, not Big Ten games, but all of us are going to start this season and go, what's this going to be like? And, lucky for us, I can't, sometimes I have to pinch myself, the spot I'm in my career. This will be my 35th year of doing this. I've done, I think, more college live broadcasts of games than anybody, probably 500 or more football games. Now, after 18 years of covering the SEC and that great football, I'm going to come back, and my first Big Ten matchup is going to be USC at Michigan. I mean, that's a compelling storyline for all of college football. What is this going to look like to the eye of the Big Ten, fan that for so many years? Is this going to work? I mean, these are all good schools, but is this going to work for the fans? I think it will. But, how does all this playoff shake out? How does the Big Ten championship game look when you just have 1 and 2, one's playing for a bye, the loser's playing for a playoff spot? It's new to everybody. So I'm kind of invigorated to figure this whole thing out along with the fans that are watching the games.
How important is it for the rest of the Big Ten, the have-nots, if you will? Because we all know who the haves are. And you look at Iowa this year, who's right on the cusp. They've got a schedule that could take them to the playoffs. When I look at the rest of the Big Ten, the Michigan States, the Purdues, the Wisconsins, I think this is big for Iowa to have that season, because for the rest of the Big Ten, this is, to me, what they have to shoot for, Gary, is that once every 3-4 years, when the schedule's right, their team's right, to take their shot. Iowa, to me, has pressure on them from the other teams in the Big Ten, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you're right. But Mark, I think it's kind of always been this way. Let's go back a little bit to when I was doing the games. Remember when Northwestern under Gary Barnett, they kind of built their team for 3 or 4 years. And then when they had the 4th and 5th year seniors, ready to win, they went to the Rose Bowl. Wisconsin, the same way. Barry Alvarez came into a job that no one said they could take. Don't go there. Kind of got the big guys, got them in the weight room. Couldn't win as juniors, couldn't win as sophomores. But when they were 4th and 5th year seniors, it worked for them to go. It's always kind of worked for Purdue the same way. Have the right quarterback, and they go. Michigan State, George Perlis gets that offensive line when they get big. I think the same formula is going to kind of play out for these other teams. And I think the interesting guy. Remember when the East measured as successful seasons when they make a run at the national championship. These schools are like, all right, we're playing good football. It's our turn to win. I don't think how you can say anybody's not in a better position than they were before. They really only have to, in the next couple of years, make the top 11. They don't have to beat Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State to be the champion. They have to beat out somebody to get in the 11th spot. There's 11 spots available for the two major conferences. So I think you're shooting to be obviously a top 11, and in 2 years, it's going to go, 14 is it? So you got to get to one of those spots, 13. So I think it's more realistic measuring their success a little bit like basketball. Can you make the tournament rather than can you be the Big Ten champions? Now, I know this is heresy to the Bo Schembechler people and the Woody Hayes people of the past, but this is just a new world of how teams are going to be measured, not whether they could beat Ohio State or Michigan, but whether they could make the tournament.
Got a couple minutes left. Just your gut feeling. Obviously, you as a player and then as a broadcaster, we had the bowl system, and then we had the BCS, and then we had 4, and now we're going to go to 12/14. Do you like it? Does it feel right?
Yeah, I think it's better. Guys, I was on record saying that 4 was worse than 2 because it just highlighted what conference wasn't part of the system. And I think it was ultimately the downfall of the Pac-10 or 12 or whatever they turned out to be. So I like this better. I really do. It's still enough opinion, but I think these playoffs will be good. I think the storyline that has changed the most, that we're still under construction. I mean, it's like going to the big city or going to New York. There's scaffolding all around college football. We don't really know how this is going to turn out. The NIL, the transfer, all this stuff. Just to give you a fact on the Big Ten, the projected 14, there's 18 starting quarterbacks projected, and 14 of them will be transfers, not originally recruited, to 14 out of the 18 Big Ten schools. To me, that's an amazing stat. The cream of the crop in college football are going out and bringing in 14 transfer quarterbacks to be their starting quarterback. It's a new world, and sit down and enjoy it. The football will be good. All the outside stuff, that'll be something we're just going to have to deal with.
Gary Danielson, his season gets started in 38 days. Akron and Ohio State, and I believe it's either week 3 or week 4, as he mentioned. USC, Michigan, the first game involving 2 Big Ten teams on the Big Ten on CBS full-time in the fall. Gary, enjoy your stay in Indianapolis. Safe travels back to Southwest Florida, and we'll talk again during the year.
Yeah, thanks. I hope I can get it in. I'm really serious. You guys got a great show, and everybody in the area, all across the Southeast, should get involved and keep you guys going. Love the show. Take care.
Gary Danielson, who's been with us. It's 18 years today, and he has been with us from the very beginning of Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett next. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Hi, Seth.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. I heard your ad. Let's talk about that later.
How you doing?
I'm okay. One of my wonderful gifts from turning 50, I am having a colonoscopy and an endoscopy tomorrow.
Happy birthday to
you. Happy birthday to you.
Hope everything goes well, so it'll be 10 years, not 5. Happy birthday to you.
That's right. So, yeah. I have to put Hall of Justice together and get it done by 5 o'clock.
All right.
Yeah. And I'm adding Montclair State to my Syracuse. Yeah. Teaching the history of sports media.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, it's a cool class. We kind of came up with it. They wanted to get me in the fold, and I did suggest a podcasting class because I have a syllabus. But apparently, they already have one.
Gotcha.
I'm sure it's wonderful.
I'm curious when, much like America began in 1776, although we have history before that, but I'm just curious when does the class start? What year? What are you gonna?
When does it start?
Right. What's the first event? Like Columbus, 1492, Ponce de Leon, Florida, in the early
Ronald
1500s.
Reagan recreating Cubs games.
Right. I'm just curious. We go in KDKA 1920. When does it begin?
Yeah, that's a good question. I got to write this class, so.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm curious where you're going to start.
Yeah, I'm interested. I want to do a whole thing on the Heidi game. Joe Theismann. Should they have shown it? I had to write a paper on that when I was in school. I don't know. I'm going to go through, find it.
I had a history of sports in America class in college that you thought was going to be a blow-off easy class. Turned out to be a great class.
I'm sure.
We got into the women's baseball league. We got into a lot of different issues, and it was a fun class.
Yeah, when it was proposed to me, well, they said, if we can't get another podcasting class, what would you be interested in? And I threw that out there, and they greenlit it, and supposedly it's got like 35 students. We'll see. Going to do that Mondays and Thursdays for an hour, and Wednesdays is Syracuse.
So you'll get back Wednesday night?
Well, the Montclair doesn't start till 2. Okay. So if I wanted to, I could stay over Wednesday and get up in the morning and go straight.
So you need good weather.
Need good weather. Yeah, it's the fall, so
Yeah, you should be all right.
should be okay.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's a celebratory day on Miller and Moulton. 18 years ago today, we teamed up for the first time. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, 3 different acts, 10 years in the afternoon, 4 years in the morning, and then now 3 years in syndication with the Florida Sports Network. And we are grateful for all 3 acts and hoping it can continue beyond the Florida Sports Network. Miller and Moulton, one of our longest tenured guests. Not sure when he got tenure, but he definitely has it. Seth Everett, he of Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. You were foolish enough to latch on to us damn near in the very beginning, and you keep coming aboard.
Tenure.
Yeah.
Ricky got 15 year.
Very, very nice Ricky Henderson reference there.
Can
Nice.
I do the context? San Diego Padres were getting on the team plane, and one of the players said, "Ricky, you get on the plane first. You've got tenure." And Ricky Henderson said, "Tenure? Ricky got 15 year."
That's also somebody do the John 3:16, and he said something like Ricky hitting 323. I mean, he's got a few of them that are spectacular.
The made up one was when he went up to John Olerud in Seattle, because I was there. When he went up to John Olerud in Seattle and said, "I used to play with a guy with the Mets that wore a helmet in the field." That's a made up one, but it's really funny.
Seth, kind enough to join us here. 18 years today.
Mazel
doing the
tov.
show.
Yeah, seriously. Mazel tov from the land of my people.
Mark, I don't know. Do you follow Seth on X closely?
Well, I follow him on X, but I don't follow anybody closely. You're on X a lot more than I am. So I don't go on X and say, "Oh gosh, what did Seth tweet about?"
What did I do now?
Well, the reason I mention it is Seth had his faith in humanity restored in the last few days. And Mark, this goes back to a running joke on this show where everyone associated with this show except me gets things returned. Seth, could you tell us about the last few days in your life?
So I think I told you guys I was in a minor car accident a couple of weeks ago. And, while my car was being uncrumpled, I had a rental car. And I had a Dodge Challenger. I think I tweeted pictures of that. And in the Dodge Challenger, I had it for about 8 days. And on the last day, when I returned it, I took everything out, the wires and my Easy Pass and everything that I had. And I left my prescription sunglasses in the little visor thing on the top of the Dodge Challenger. And I realized it because it was overcast. And I pulled away and I didn't think twice about it. And then it got sunny and I went, "Where are my sunglasses?" And I figured it out. And it turns out some woman rented that car, took it to Philadelphia and kept it for a few days. But when they returned it, they said, "Hey, you lost these sunglasses." And my sunglasses were returned. And I thought they were done. I was ready to go, to the store to get the sunglasses again, and then I was like, "Oh, this stinks," but they were returned. There are some good people in the world.
That's fantastic. It's nice to see.
Yeah,
It's nice when you lose something and people get it back for you, right,
Yeah.
David?
I don't know. I'm sure it's spectacular. Okay. Glasses, wallets, chargers, phones. I hear all the time. In fact, Mark makes sure once a week on average, in the good, bad, and ugly, to end this show, he will do a story about something being, found in the creek 30 years removed and a glass bottle and this. Right. I don't get anything back.
Have you guys been getting ready for the Olympics?
Oh, You have no idea. Oh, you have no idea what you just did.
Seth,
Oh,
my wife is so into the Olympics that she literally is asking,
Okay.
do you have the fever? And people are looking at her as if to say, no, I'm fine. I'm not sick at all.
you should get a vaccine. Right. I understand.
My wife is so into the Olympics that I have to be into the Olympics. I had
Okay.
to set the
Well, there's a
YouTube
streaming-
TV to record everything.
There's a major streaming dilemma that NBC is going to face, and my prediction is that the ratings are going to be less than spectacular for this. Even with the better time zone that Paris is, according to compared to the U.S. as opposed to Tokyo or some of the Asian places, their primetime broadcast is still going to be 6 hours after things finish. And my prediction is that NBC's prime time in this day and age of social media and streaming is just going to be tape delayed and ridiculous. I don't plan to watch 1 second of that. However, my friends, Scott Hansen, the guy who hosts the NFL Red Zone, and Andrew Siciliano, who hosted the DirecTV Red Zone, they and 2 other guys who I don't know their names, are hosting something called the Gold Zone on Peacock. And Peacock is going to be airing the Gold Zone from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And all they're going to do is, like the NFL Red Zone, they're going to go from sport to sport to sport to sport to sport, and it's all going to be live. I will watch every minute of that because I am interested in the Olympics. What I don't want to see is 6-hour-old presentations of old sports. So I'm anti the NBC broadcast, very pro this Gold Zone. And they did not ask me to promote it.
I'm curious, Seth. Is your wife a fan of the Olympics at all? Is there a woman that you know that's a huge Olympic fan? And I ask this because the Olympics are for women. They're not for us. We are accustomed to watching live sports differently, and the Olympics, the ratings for women are much higher. My wife will know the results and still at 8:00 at night is going to sit down and watch the tape delay thing that she couldn't watch while she was working during the day. I wouldn't do that. I'll be forced to because she'll be in control of the television.
You don't have the remote.
Right. I won't. I mean, I've lost it for 2 weeks going away. But I'm just curious because, older people aren't going to stream. It'll be interesting to see how it affects ratings. And the other side of it is if we do well and people know, I think they still watch.
Maybe. I think that the reality, though, is that NBC is counting on this massive number. They paid an absolute fortune for these games, even though the ratings for Tokyo were ridiculous. And the main reason for Tokyo was because it was 12 hours over by the time it aired on NBC. And to me, the line has been crossed in that tape delay doesn't work anymore. The tape delay of the Olympics that we remember, Atlanta, if you remember the Atlanta games, Atlanta was live. But the reality is anytime there was tape delay, the Miracle on Ice was tape delayed and nobody minded because you didn't have Twitter and Facebook and you didn't have streaming and you didn't have Peacock. And I think what Peacock has realized, what NBC has realized, is they have to start to prepare to offer what European leagues do, what the Euros did, offer these things live. Make sure you can see it live because there is still value in live sports. Tape delay sports don't have value to me.
So if you were running NBC, and this may seem like a foolish question because you're on live darn near 24/7, but you're certainly on live beginning at 7 a.m. in the East, which is 1 in the afternoon over in Paris.
Correct.
And then if you go till 8:00 at night, dinner time, even 6:00, that's midnight in Paris. So,
Right.
you're going to be
7 a.m.
on
to 5. Right.
Yeah. You're going to do darn near 12 hours of broadcasting live every day. Do you show the gymnastics on Peacock? Okay.
I think you do.
As opposed to saving it Because like SportsCenter can't run any highlights. You cannot run any highlights. NBC has sent the word out until they sign off at least 11 o'clock. It used to be even you couldn't run highlights until after their late night highlight show was done. And so that's why, you're not going to see Olympic highlights until maybe the 1 a.m., 2 a.m. SportsCenter. Okay, but I mean, if Simone Biles is winning gold medals, do you really show that at 3 p.m. on Peacock Live, or do you save that sucker for 10 o'clock at night where you could get 25 million people?
Well, I don't think what you do is I don't think you create a separate channel that's just showing the gymnastics. I don't know. I don't know if they have. What I will be doing is at 7 a.m., I am going to pretty consistently, to support my friends, I am putting like Gold Zone on. And if they say, we'll get back to the pool, and if Scott Hansen gives me a witching hour, and he starts saying that Simone Biles is going for gold, let's go live to the gym, I will tune in. I will totally be on board with that. And again, what streaming, and I'm talking next week to Alex Sherman of CNBC, and I'm going to ask him this exact question. Because to me, this is more about how technology has evolved, and more than 50% don't have cable anymore. And I just think the linear television is going to be hurt. Now, Fox stuck with linear on the Euros and Copa America and got millions of viewers, but it was live.
Very quickly, by the way, breaking Olympic news today, Salt Lake City awarded the 2034 Winter Olympics by an 83-6 vote. So the Olympics return to Salt Lake City 32 years later. The Olympics officially get underway, the Summer Olympics, Friday, even though there's actually competition that's going on, I think, as early as today and tomorrow. Seth, we got about a minute. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Go.
Sports with Friends is part 2 of the 1990 Yankees documentary. Last week we had Joel Sherman. This is the executive producer, Brian Hunt. How do you take a newspaper series and turn it into a docuseries? It's a fantastic conversation. He also went to the high school that Mel Hall dated the girl and took him to the prom. So there's a lot there. That 1990 Yankee story is wild. Hall of Justice is The Boys Season 4 recap. And next week is Deadpool.
The Boys, is it yet to jump the shark? Still as good as when it started?
No, my criticism is they went more political than I would prefer, but it's still great. It's still great. It's just not as good as previous seasons.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice, 2 terrific podcasts. You can follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, thanks, not just for today, but thanks for pretty much 18 years. We really appreciate it.
Congrats on the milestone, and here's to 18 more.
Or at least 10 to 12. We could stop at 12 more. We really could. Pat Kirwan's coming up in 25 minutes on Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Oh my goodness, Irish. Eli Gold stories. Yes. So early on, although Vern got a 6-7 year head start doing SEC games before Gary joined him, but I found out early on, and Vern and Gary got together in 2006, that we would do games at Bryant-Denny Stadium, and Eli's radio booth, we're both together down by about our booth was on about the 20-yard line. Eli was on the 25-yard line. And the main press box for the writers and TV sportscasters hanging out watching the game, they had the middle of the field. The booths were to the side, to the right end zone. When you see the game on TV, we were to the right. And so it would be Eli Gold's radio booth, the Alabama athletic director's booth, and then the broadcast booth. And then to the right of us were the stands and fans and what have you. And so there was one bathroom down by that side of the press area. And Eli, during a commercial break, would go to use the restroom, and the people would call him Vern. And Vern would, when he used the restroom, and they'd be standing there at the urinal, okay, people would say, "Hey, Eli." Okay, and so the two of them, after a while, joked about it, and they just went with it. And they wouldn't correct people and what have you. So that was my first, Vern's, had to let me in on the Eli Gold joke. But Vern and Eli were tight. They would do dinner every trip to Tuscaloosa. They would pretty much they would do dinner. My second week on the gig, we got stuck. There was an unbelievable thunderstorm in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And we got stuck. Vern, myself, Craig Silver, the executive producer, Eli, and Ken Stabler in a sports bar. And we couldn't leave for 2 hours. You couldn't go outside. It was hailing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We're celebrating today 18 years we've been doing this together. Well, not continuously, but we did our first show 18 years ago today. It was an afternoon show for the first 10 years. Then we did 4 years in the morning locally in Southwest Florida. The last 3 years, thanks to the Florida Sports Network, we've been syndicated. We're in 5 stations now. I think we're going to have a 6th next month. You know, Florida Sports Network goes away in a week, but without them, we never would have realized our dreams of being syndicated. And, you know, hopefully we can grab the baton and keep running from here. But so thanks.
Really, the goal is to not drop the baton now.
Right.
We're handing it off, and we've got to make sure that we get lap 2 done.
Well, I was thinking, you know, since this is our 3rd act, in essence, we're going to have a 4th act. It's, you know, we're running the mile here. We're, you know, lap
Right.
1. Lap 1 was a long lap, but 10 years in the afternoon, boom, handed the baton. Then, you know, 4 years in the morning, boom, handed the baton. 3 years of syndication, boom. And now it's like, hey, the team is gone. You two suckers are on your own. Okay. Think you can you do it from here? We're going to find out.
Yes, we will.
So thanks to everybody for getting us here, and hopefully we can run a good final lap.
That's the goal.
Right.
And if we run a good final lap, we're hoping it lasts as long as the first lap.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Right. I have committed to 8 more years. That gets Mark's daughter to college. Then, you know, it's 4 one-year contracts, and I've got the option. You know, I have no options right now. No. Mark's got the hammer. Mark's the engineer, the producer. Okay. Mark's got the hammer for 8 years. All right. Then I get the hammer.
With the hammer, though, comes 0 days off. That's what I figured out. It's like some of the things that I was able to get away with in past years, the golf tournaments and things that take a couple of days here. I've been literally going, if this goes on, what do we do?
Well, we're going to have to figure that out, boss.
What do we do? But right now, we're in search of sponsors. That's the biggest thing. If you have any interest in sponsoring the show, we would love to hear from you. Text the show, 21,000. Tell us you'd like to sit down with us. I've always said I'll throw in the Moulton trade kicker. You know, if it requires the occasional conversation with David off air, we can make that happen.
Mark, when Mark did sales back in the day when we were working at this, Mark would say, hey, here's Moulton's cell phone. If you ever want to discuss trivia with him or what have you, no, just call him. Because like he'd be in a sales call and then, you know, the sports fan and the person would break out and Mark goes, this is great and all, but I got things to do. Do you know who would love to do this with you? Here's Moulton. Okay. Here's his number right here. Yep. It's the Moulton added value to the sales deal.
Right.
Here we go. Cell phone number. Here you go. No, he'd love to hear from you. And he was right. So Pat Kirwan, who's been with us from the very beginning also. In fact, he was with us like Gary even before the beginning. But definitely going back 18 years. Pat will join us in about a dozen or so minutes, talk all things NFL. Everybody's at camp as of today. Even the Steelers, they show up today, first practice tomorrow. So there you go, baby. Training camps are underway. Hall of Fame game in 8 days. 6 weeks tomorrow. Ravens and Chiefs kick this sucker off. So it got serious yesterday for the first time. The 18-game schedule, when the Washington Post broke the story right around this time yesterday, that don't know if we call it official negotiations, but they did say, hey, according to the Players Association, they've had, quote, high level, unquote, discussions about an 18th game. So let me ask you, sir, how would you do this? Because there's a few things to take into consideration. Start date, bye weeks. When do you want the season to end? Do you keep the week off before the Super Bowl? Mark, you know more than, you're a fan, you're a host, but you've also put on events and you know about time that organizations need to do things and taking travel into consideration and all that. So I'm just very curious, your thoughts. You're the league here. How do you want this 18-game season to go?
Well, they're going to – it's not exactly how they want it to go. It's what they're going to be able to negotiate with the union. And I think the first thing that's going to happen is a second bye week. I don't think the union's going to allow an 18-game schedule without 2 bye weeks. So that takes us to a 20-game regular season.
20 weeks anyway.
20-week regular season.
Right.
Sorry, I said 20-game. My mistake. But it takes us to a 20-week regular season, which pushes the season out another couple of weeks.
Correct.
I would get rid of the week between – I would go from 2 weeks to 1 week between the championship games and the Super Bowl. I don't think it's necessary to have that length of time between the two games. There may have been a time when it was necessary. I don't think it's necessary anymore.
So then you're only pushing the season a week further down the road. Add 2, subtract 1, right?
Yes.
So, okay. Are you going to keep the season ending the weekend it's ending now, or are you going to push it to President's Day weekend?
I am definitely pushing it to President's Day weekend. Where there's one spot where the NFL has seemingly a little problem. They do not skew well with younger audiences. They are trying to develop that. That's why they do the Nickelodeon game. It's why they're making some of the moves that they are to try to attract a younger demo. Well, why not play the Super Bowl when no one has to go to school the next day?
As crazy as this sounds, part of the allure of Sunday night is everybody is home. They've done what they've done for the weekend. They usually have done their traveling. They're home by 6 o'clock or so. That's why the game kicks off at 6:38 to 6:45. It's done so for a reason. Try to get it done between 10-ish. I mean, this is done for a reason. That's maximum TV audience right there. 7 to 10 on Sunday. If it's a holiday the next day, in theory, people, keep their traveling, not necessarily be home, be on the road. Do you think that less people watch the Super Bowl if it's a holiday weekend?
No, I don't. I think they'll watch it in different places. You're going to make a ski trip President's Day weekend. It's pretty much dark out by 6:30. You're still sitting down watching the game. You're just watching it somewhere different.
Okay. All right. So you're not going to start Labor Day weekend. That's too early. You're avoiding Labor Day when attendance and ratings have been proven to be down. So you're going to start it the way we start it now. And you're
start
just
the way we start it now, and I'm going to continue it by a week because I'm going to kill that week between the Super Bowl and the championship games. I'm not going 2 weeks. I'm going 1.
Now, I know we as fans don't need the extra week off. All right. And I know we all know the game has been done on 1 week's notice. It has. And actually, many times the game was better on 1 week than 2 for the longest time. But logistically, I mean, how much, so Sunday night, the teams win and the media and then one thing I will say, I thought about this and I know nobody cares. You're Fox. Let's just say you're doing the Super Bowl. Well, everybody's doing the NFC Championship games doing the Super Bowl. Okay, you got to pack up and what have you, and then you're leaving, and you're not leaving till Monday. I mean, everybody associated with the NFC Championship game is getting to the Super Bowl late, if you know what I mean. Not that anybody cares. I'm just saying it's tight, but I don't think the game's known 3 years in advance where the site's going to be. I'm with you. They don't need an extra week.
The hotels are already booked for the teams. It's not something that they have to do anymore.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan to talk about this and more next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Hello, Pat.
Hey, Mark. How are you, man?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Me good. Just trying to catch up on stuff, but yeah, all good. I was up at Saratoga all weekend. That was fun.
Ah, good for you.
Yep.
Win any money?
I was down on Saturday. I was sitting there with Steve Cohen, my old boss, and we got bullshitting so much I wasn't paying attention. But Sunday, I landed up early in the day hitting $147 exacta.
There you go.
That started me off, and I was back in the green. So I always love going up there. My wife loves going up. She's a history nut. She was walking the battlefields in Saratoga.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's our thing. And then I think Ulysses S. Grant house is up there, so she was there as well. So it's all good. Hello, David.
Yeah, he doesn't have his headsets on there. Got to get a cracker first, Pat.
Yeah, I see that. David, want a cracker? Mark and I humor ourselves. Your house is looking good.
He's in an apartment.
I'm
in a hotel, rather.
Why?
Because I had to get new flooring because a pipe burst 3 weeks ago.
Oh, God.
And we had wood floors throughout the main part of the house, and the flooring all buckled.
Yeah, my wife wanted wooden floors in Florida. I said, absolutely not. We just keep the freaking tile stuff down there. And I said, and plus the boys play hockey on the freaking thing. So
Well, it is funny because I'm with you. I'm a tile guy. Wife liked the wood floors, and I didn't want to invest any more money in the condo. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll live with this. And so now, well, now we have new flooring.
Oh yeah. We're not
So-
designed to win the battles.
So hopefully it's done tomorrow. Because
Well, you could have
yeah.
gone down and had a 1-week vacation at my house. No one's there, and you could have enjoyed yourself and tell them to take an extra week. Go slower, you guys. We're doing good down here. You could have had your medical checkups, visited Dave, Mark, and have a good time with the guys. See Big John.
I know if I didn't have to caretake, you should literally the two of them are on walkers. Okay, so I had to get them a handicap accessible room. You should see the three of us walking down the hallways. I'm in front of two women in walkers. It's hysterical.
Would you send me a picture of that, please?
I took one, and my wife is like, if you share this with anybody, I will kill you. And I, of course, said, what are you going to do? You're on a walker.
Yeah. Well,
Pat, I played golf a couple Fridays ago. There was a guy at the range. It's pouring rain. We finished 9 holes. We go in. It's raining hard. There's still a guy at the range swatting balls. Then he grabs his umbrella. He's got the umbrella. He's got his foot on his pull cart. He's hoofing down a lung dart. And the guy next to me looks at me and goes, how do you say I hate my wife without saying I hate my wife?
Yeah. I don't care if I get hit by lightning. I'm not going home.
Not going home.
And I need this smoke.
Yeah.
He was okay getting soaked, hitting golf balls, but I needed the umbrella for the smoke.
For the smoke.
Keep the cigarette dry at all costs, including electrocution. Very good.
Pat, I got to say, I listened a little bit yesterday. Tight end talk, that's a tough one. Breaking down the tight end groups, that's a tough one.
It is tough, but it's interesting as a group. Like I'm pretty strict on grading guys, and really what shows up. We all know the quarterback's the most important guy, but teams with an elite tight end are extremely. The only guys I gave 10s to, you start looking at them and you start realizing the impact they have on their team. Yeah, it is tough though.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, and that's when the Diamond District bonus hour gets underway in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A celebratory day today. It was 18 years ago today that the two of us teamed up for the first time. We were in afternoons for 10 years, mornings for 4, and we've been in syndication for the last 3 years, thanks to the Florida Sports Network. And someone who has literally been with us every step of the way joins us now. Pat Kirwan, he of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, a new location coming in Lakewood Ranch next month. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, thanks for the 18 years and the friendship. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. And I've always enjoyed this show. I enjoy the questions we get into. You guys are always so well prepared. And then we get to argue. I mean, I miss the arguments Mark and I miss the arguments together.
That's right. Pat used to, when for the longest time until 2 years ago when I had to relocate, we were in the same studio together, and Pat moved there. It became his winter home 5-6 months out of the year. And Pat, many a Monday or Tuesday, would come into the studio in the 5 o'clock hour, and we would do it together in the studio, the three of us, and crumpling up paper and throwing it at each other at times.
Oh, very nice. It was fun. And then your producer was another character. Let's not leave the fourth element out. While every time I was on air, all he did was take my phone and steal GM phone numbers. That's all he did.
Yep.
Big John. So I don't know where you guys are on your football subjects, but I've been all over this the hold-ins and these guys that are not coming to camp. And I hope you've gone over this with your listeners, but like Hassan Reddick, I'll give you an example. He already lost $98,753 for not going to mandatory OTAs. His $50,000 a day, if he's out 25 days, which is the preseason, he'll lose another $1.25 million. Plus, his game checks are $791,000, and he will miss 3 game checks for missing preseason games, which is the little thing they don't cover enough. And that's another $2.375. So if he stays out all the way up, which he won't, he will be fined mandatory fine of $3,723,753. And CeeDee Lamb, not to go through all that again, he'll be fined $4.25 million, and the clubs can't rescind the penalties anymore.
Whose idea was that, Pat? Because before they would rescind the penalties, so players would sit out. You talked about all this fine money that never really happened. Now it's real fine money. Was that the teams that did that? And how did they slip that past the NFLPA?
Yeah, it really goes back to finding disciplinary fines that the clubs wanted the league to do it. It took it out of their hands. And then they realized, here's another thing. We get stuck really rescinding this fines, and we don't really want to, but to close the deal, the agent goes, no, we're going to drop the fines, right? And the answer, yeah, okay. But now the answer is that we can't. I'm sorry, the league. That goes right to the league. So they took themselves out of it. Like Aaron Rodgers, he missed the OTAs. That's $98,753. He missed all 3 days. And some of the Randy Gregory, here's another guy. If you're a UFA that just signed, or you're the 5th-year option, which is CeeDee Lamb, obviously I don't think Tua is going to do it. Now, it all leads to why frustration with the hold in. I say this. If you pass a physical, you better put your equipment on and go to practice, or I'm going to start fining you for not going out to practice. And I don't know that I've read through the rules 100 times. I think you could do it. Now, no one wants to do it because all these coaches, he'll be signed in 3 days. Let's not upset the apple cart. But this hold in thing has got to come to a stop.
So news broke yesterday of high-level talks, maybe not official talks, but the fact also that the news came from the union tells me that it's pretty serious.
Yeah.
Between the union and the league about taking the 17-game season and making it an 18-game season. Now, there's a lot we can talk about here, but can I just talk about the money for a second?
Sure.
There have been a lot of contracts, long-term deals being signed in which you're like, wow, that was generous. Like yesterday alone, Pat, Darisaw, the left tackle for the Vikings, he's only 3 years into the league. They just signed him to a 4-year extension at $28 million per. Only about 65% of the contract's guaranteed, but just bear with me. The Jaguars signed Tyson Campbell, who missed 6 games last year, had 1 interception. They made him a top 10 paid cornerback in the league based on his extension money. How much of this is GMs and people knowing, listen, we're going to 18 games. We're probably going to go in the next 2 to 3 years. So A, the cap's going to go up 10% a year. And then B, we're going to add a whole new pile of money on top of it. So the cap's actually going to end up going up about 15+% a year beginning in 3 years. And these contracts may look like a lot of money today. 3 years from now, this is going to be a bargain.
I do think, the growth of the cap is clearly aggressive at this point and should be for the next 5 years or so. Who knows? We don't reach a curveball, probably. We've never had a year that the caps didn't go up. We had a couple of real lean ones early on. The contracts will look good in 3 years. But almost all those contracts are built to get out from under them anyway. And, watch how many players are attempting to protest their contract. And we see let's go back to Cooper for a minute. They're giving him money just to show up for this camp. They gave him $5 million the other day, Amari Cooper, just to show up for camp. So When you start throwing $5 million, they didn't get any extra time on that deal. They go, here's $5 million. Please come to work. Matthew Stafford. Oh, let's redo your deal. So the players are being rewarded for moaning and groaning. To your point, though, contracts have always gotten outdated quickly. What you're suggesting is that the growth of the cap and the growth of revenue in is going to be so much better that these deals will look even leaner. And maybe that's the case, but what will the players do? Now, the 18th game, they're just going to get an extra game check. I love the guy who's running the union now. He was very smart the other day when he said, why would we cook the golden goose here? Let's start working on this. So what do you think they're asking for? What would they settle for to do the 18th game?
I think 2 buys is a big part of it.
I think that would be on my list, but it wouldn't be that high up. It would be money for sure. They're going to fight for, and they'll lose the one on field services, which is one of the things they're going to argue for. Roster size. If I'm the union, I want more union members, and I'd be fighting to go to 60. And they won't get it, but they could get to 57, 58. So rosters, think about that. If you just got 5 extra roster spots times 32 teams, how many more guys are getting a paycheck in this league? I don't think they're going to get an extra growth in the practice squad. 16's plenty, especially if your roster goes to 57 to 58. So I think these talks are the parameter talks. Here's what we're looking for. Here's what the league says. Here's what we're willing to give you. I think that's the kind of conversations they're having. And if they can clear the deck of that, and back to David's point, why wouldn't a league agree to a lot of it if, in fact, they know that the cap's going up at the rate David said it's going up, which I know they know.
Well, and we talked about this yesterday when it happened, Pat, is that obviously I don't know if this means you tear up the TV deals, but it means the networks are going to be given more money because they're going to have at least one more week. If you add a double bye, it's 2 more weeks of regular season. So there's more money coming from the networks, right?
Correct. And they will do that. They'll get restructure the TV deals. And this is all going to work. I think I got asked this question yesterday. My answer was 3 years and we'll be in 18 games. That's what I think.
So you think this year and 2 more at 17, and by 2027 we're at 18?
Yeah. And I think and a lot of guys think earlier than that. I don't. There's always issues to deal with this, and you got a lot of things that have to go on with it. But that's what I think. I think they're getting, and then, which always ties back to the Sunday ticket case, right? You got to generate more revenue. You got to find more revenue to pay your bills. And so I do think it could happen that quickly. I think the union really wants to do it as long as you give them a couple of the things they want. And I think they will.
Pat, if they go 2 buys and they keep 2 weeks between it really would extend out the Super Bowl. Do you think they would ever cut it back to 1 week between the championship games and the Super Bowl?
I don't think they want to do that. They like the promo week completely. They really do like doing it. They'll just go back to playing on Labor Day. Everyone knows it wasn't a great, but I was coaching when we played on Labor Day. I could only speak for our stadium. We were sold out. So, people are barbecuing. Okay. Play all the games at 1 o'clock. Everyone go home barbecue at 4. Who cares? But they'll start on Labor Day weekend. Remember, we're going to get rid of all this preseason nonsense. I would personally get rid of preseason completely and just have 2 scrimmages where you can bring another team in and scrimmage. That's all I'd want. So if they want to get rid of all the preseason, go ahead and do it. But they'll probably keep 1, maybe 2. I wouldn't, but they would.
So you think if given the choice between moving the season up a week or eliminating the week in between the conference title game and the Super Bowl, the extra week, that they would keep the extra week of nothing and move the season up a week?
Yeah, I don't think they'll ever have a week of nothing. And I think that there's things that they like about getting ready for the Super Bowl. And there's all kinds of promotional stuff going on. Look, I coached when we had 2 buys. We figured it out. We started on Labor Day. We had 2 buys.
Does the TV networks do they have any vote that's meaningful in this? Because the TV networks are going to be like, come on, man, we're already going to have to give you more money. It hurts us to move it up to Labor Day weekend. Our ratings will be down.
Yeah, but they'll be way farther up than the preseason games. So they will get a rating. And, they're always trying to figure out how to take games away from CBS and Fox.
Yes, they are.
And, they really do. Your question was, do they have a say? Yeah, they're the guys paying the bills. I don't think it's going to be as bad as people think. I think the addiction of football has actually grown since the days of playing on Labor Day. And I do think that there'll be no problem. The TV networks will be fine. The stadiums will be full. College stadiums are full, and they're playing before then.
Tell you what, though, it's another blow of the NFL to the college game. The college game already feels the NFL is intentionally going out of their way to screw their playoff up, and now they're going to be like, great. Now you're going to move your season up and take our opening weekend, Labor Day weekend, away from us. I mean, I will say, for the free minor league system that they're getting from college football, the NFL is beginning to treat college football like it's the NBA.
And what is the college system going to do about it?
Well, that's just it. But I understand. But they're being a jerk when, quite frankly, Pat, they don't have to be. And there's really no reason to be, because that is the gift that keeps on giving to the NFL, college football.
And it will continue to keep on giving because there's nowhere else to go. And I feel bad for them, but I don't feel bad for them. The colleges got what they deserved when they didn't give the players pay, and now there's NIL, and they got their own problems. So I don't want to talk about the NFL like they're the only greedy partner in here.
Oh, no, they're not.
The colleges were sticking a lot of money in their pockets.
Billions. Yes, they did.
For decades.
No question.
No doubt.
About it.
So Big Brother, now I do say this all the time. The NFL is the only thing that's going to destroy the NFL is the NFL itself. And they're a big machine. They're being challenged right now in court on the Sunday ticket thing. And maybe there's some level of vulnerability that they have to start to understand is out there as the public cries out.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for us, the consumer, if the NFL ultimately loses this in court, it will just lead to pay-per-view sooner. And because the NFL will get their money one way or the other, and it will come from us one way or another. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. And during the season, CBS's NFL Today. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Coming soon to Lakewood Ranch. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, in all seriousness, for the friendship and the on-air contribution, thank you so much for 18 years.
Well, I'll just say this. Now that I can see both of you on the screen, neither one of you has aged a damn day since I met you.
Wow. What a liar. What a liar.
Dripping in sarcasm.
I'll see you, fellers.
Thanks, Pat.
Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller & Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller & Moulton, the money goes to Miller & Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller & Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
All right, Irish football. Listen, you don't ever back off your points, hardly at all. You come across as somebody, you're right, just ask me, I'm right. If you will one time accept our view over yours, it needs to be about this Saturday night Super Bowl thing. And I can prove it to you with numbers. The Super Bowl does double the audience of the conference championship games, which shows you how many people watch the Super Bowl because it's an event. To a lot of people, that's the only football game they watch all year. It's the Super Bowl. It's an American tradition. It's Sunday night. There's nothing else on. I'll watch it. What the heck? I mean, remember, why does halftime often outrate the game? So think about that. 40, 50, 60 million people watch the game who don't watch the conference title games. Sunday night, it's the number one night for television. Saturday night is the worst night for television. It's Friday night's close. So you got the worst night versus the best night. When do you want to hold your game? Okay. I am telling you, 20 to 30 million less people would watch the game if it was on Saturday night. And you don't believe me, but there are a lot. Remember, these people are not inclined to watch a football game. They watch it because it's Sunday night, the weekend's done, and there's nothing else on. What the hell, put the game on. I'll kind of sort of pay attention. Who's the halftime show this year? Saturday night's date night. Saturday night, they got stuff going on in their lives. I'm telling you, 115 million people watch on Sunday night, 90 million will watch on Saturday night. You got to trust us on this one. I'm in network television to a small degree. I am telling you, that is the dumbest suggestion that a TV executive would ever get. You would get fired if you suggested that.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, 4th hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day, and it's a celebratory day for us. It was 18 years ago today. It was a Monday that Miller and Moulton teamed up for the very first time to do a show. July 24th, 2006. A lot has gone on since then in our lives, never mind in the sports world. I mean, heck, Tiger was 30. He could still play golf. Is that snarky?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Very much
All
so.
right.
True, but snarky.
Right. So, a lot. I mean, the Cubs would go another 10 years till they finally won that World Series. A lot going on. So 18 years, 3 distinct acts, about 10 years in the afternoon. Then we did 4 years in the morning, all 14 of those years local. All right. Marty and the Florida Sports Network signed us 3 years ago to syndicate us. All right. We're in 5 stations now, planning to add a 6th next month. Okay. Marty bet big on sports betting in Florida. Unfortunately, we lost. So the Florida Sports Network is going to go away in a week, and Miller and Moulton are going to continue on our own. We're going to try like hell. That's why you hear the pleas of, we need sponsors. Hello? So there you have it. 3 acts, and in a way, a soon-to-be 4th act, although we'll stay syndicated. 18 years, and hoping to continue. But a celebratory day. And, why is the show named Miller and Moulton? Because it sounds better than Moulton and Miller.
There you go. That's it. David's the dominant voice on the show. Make no mistake. We wouldn't be anywhere without David, but it just didn't sound right.
No.
This was our discussion outside of the building that I'm currently in, right outside the front door. We had a 30-second conversation. No, probably 5 minutes all in all.
Total, because we discussed a lot of issues. We went through about 9 issues, so it took about 5 minutes. Yep. So that's it. And I think we had discussed everything, and Mark finally said, hey, what are we going to name it? And I went, Miller and Moulton? And Mark smiled.
David said, he goes, Miller and Moulton sounds better.
Yeah. And you got to remember, first off, how creative the two of us are just by our poll questions alone. And by the way, we have one today, A, and B, we had it up before the show started. That's remarkable. That's happened 7 times in 18 years. But who's under more pressure today? Or not today, this season, sorry. Who's under more pressure this season, the Gators or the Dolphins? Different kinds of pressure. But you could argue survival for both coaches. It's just a different bar. And I think it would surprise many of you. Miller and Moulton voted for the Dolphins.
I hemmed and hawed at it for a good 10 minutes because they both have a tremendous amount of pressure on them. But the Dolphins, and I think David helped persuade me, because if Napier and the Gators win 6 games, Napier's not fired. They'd rather have 7. But I think if they go bowling with this schedule, he gets another year.
I do too, because it'll be the first time they go bowling under Napier. All right.
But if the Dolphins miss the playoffs, and David even thinks if they make the playoffs and don't win a game.
Right. Here's the problem for McDaniel as I see it. So his first year, he's a 7 seed, and he goes to the playoffs and he loses. But he had Skylar Thompson as quarterback, injuries to the line. Okay, whatever. Last year, man, they blew it. That division was theirs. They couldn't beat the Tennessee Titans at home late in the year. They blew it. They underachieved last year with this. I mean, the Bills were 6-6 and ended up winning that division. All right, they blew it. And because instead of being the 2 seed and facing the Steelers and Mason Rudolph at home in the first round, and then hosting the Chiefs in the second round, they ended up, we all know, they had to go to Kansas City. It was minus 84 degrees, and they lost. So 2 years in a row, they've been a 7 and a 6 seed, and they go on the road in the playoffs, and they lose. So what happens if, A, they miss the playoffs this year? I don't care if they have a winning record or not. B, what happens if they win 10 games and sneak in as a 7 and get beat again? You tell me, Mark, how in 3 years you're sitting down with Mike. Mark, you've been a department head. You've been in charge before. You brought me in 3 years ago to run the department. 3 years later, you look at me and you go, listen, dude, I like you. You're not doing a bad job. In fact, I could argue you're doing a pretty good job, but hey, our numbers are the same as when I hired you.
Right. You've made a lot of changes. You've made the department look complete. You've revamped the department 100%. Yet the numbers are exactly the same.
I mean, I've given you all the resources you need. I got to admit, I've been here a long time. I think I've surrounded you with more talent than I've ever surrounded anybody in your chair with. I think we're not getting the most out of what I've given you, and I'm blaming you. And once again, you got Bill Belichick and others that are going to be out there. Hello, give me a shot with that roster. Give me a shot. Plus, I don't think the Dolphins' window is big. Armstead could be his last year. Tyreek Hill could be his last year, period. But certainly contractually right now, it'd be his last year. They can't afford him in 2025. He said that publicly, by the way, in the last 24 hours. He publicly addressed his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, and said, listen, do whatever you have to do to make sure that I'm still here. And he has said, I do not want to play football anywhere else but Miami. So, Drew, I'm paying you. You rework the deal if you have to, but do not get me cut from here. I mean, Tyreek has basically said he's the opposite of Xavier Howard. I'm going to do whatever I got to do to stay here. I think it's a make it happen year for the Dolphins.
It definitely is a make it happen year for the Dolphins. And they're starting with their back against the wall with half the 2 big components on defense that won't be back till what, Halloween? I mean, they have a ton of pressure on them, but we think the Bills are at best the same as they were a year ago. I think worse.
Yeah, you and I both argue they're actually a little bit worse off.
The Jets are better.
They are.
As long as Aaron Rodgers plays more than 4 snaps, they're better.
But also, I think they have improved the offensive line. And if, once again, another team, if their offensive line stays healthy, which is a huge if, because there's 3 guys on that line that are perennially hurt. But if that offensive line stays healthy, that's probably a top 10, 12 line in the league, as opposed to being a bottom 5, 6 line in the league, which is what it's been most of the last 2-3 years. Never mind the difference in quarterback play. Even if Aaron Rodgers is just good. I mean, come on. There weren't 3 teams that had worse quarterback play than the Jets last year. That was horrendous. And they won 7 games. With no offensive line and no quarterback, they won 7 games.
That's how good that defense is. That's an elite defense.
And soft early schedule. You get past Niners week 1, there's 5-6 wins on that Jets schedule before Halloween. The Jets should get off to a very good start, which will make the talking head shows go, especially in the mornings on the 4-Letter Network, hosted by a bunch of Jets fans. So anyway, that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. But yeah, so a big day today, 18 years. As the press release said 18 years ago, quote, we think they have a chance to be somewhat successful.
Well, you are right on that Jets early schedule.
Tell me they're not 5-1. And I'll give them a loss in San Francisco, just for the heck of it. They lose the opener. Fine.
They're 4-1 hosting Buffalo on Monday night.
Okay. So
They're
let's just
playing
say
at Tennessee after that San Francisco game on the road that they will not be favored in.
No.
At Tennessee, home for New England, home for Denver, Minnesota in London, and then home for Buffalo.
On a Monday, right?
Yeah.
So, you have to think that they're at work. And I know, the Titans could, everybody can beat everybody in the NFL. We all know that. But come on, realistically, you look at that. I mean, if you're a Jets fan, you're like, I got to be honest with you. I'd be disappointed. Certainly anything worse than 4-2 is a travesty. But worst case scenario, they're 4-2. And then I think they got a couple after that are doable.
And then they play at Pittsburgh, at New England. I mean, their schedule is not difficult.
You got to think it after 8 games, the worst the Jets are is 5-3. And I think they'll be disappointed if they're not at least 6-2. Find a way to split the Niners-Bills Monday night games. Go 1-1 on Monday Night Football. Then that road trip mark of Pittsburgh, New England, got to get a split. And in theory, the 4 games in the middle there, you win. I mean, that's 6-2. Okay. How many more we need? 4? 5 will certainly get us in. How many more we need? Now, notice, Dolphins and Jets don't play each other the first half of the year. So, you're thinking about the playoffs and whether it's winning the AFC East or going through each other, second half of the season, 2 matchups between those two.
Last 5 for the Jets: at Miami, at Jacksonville, home for the Rams, at Buffalo, home for Miami.
There you go.
But they could be in a spot where if they get 2 of those, they're winning 11, 12 games, David.
Right. I mean, if you're a Jets fan, you're like, well, we got to be at least 8-3. Well, actually, they play 12 games now. I mean, at worst 8-4, but maybe even 9-3.
Right.
But let's just say you go 8-4. You're 8-4, that 5-game schedule, like you said, Mark. Well, we win 2, we get to 10. We'll see if it's the right 10 to get in. We win 3, we might win the East.
So now I'm looking at that schedule and agreeing with Gannett that they might win that division.
If you missed it yesterday, Gannett had the Jets winning the division with 12 wins, being the 2 seed, and going to and winning the Super Bowl. Jets. Miller and Moulton. Starting 5, good, bad, and ugly. It's all 25 minutes away.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Thank you, Mark.
Well, that's nice of you, Mark. Yeah, a smidge. Yeah. Yeah, probably mid-August is the plan for let's see. AM 1340 in Winchester, Tennessee, Franklin County.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Oh, some final thoughts. Don't know how many picks we can make. There's seemingly only Major League Baseball going on in the MLS All-Star game, but we'll make. We have a doubleheader, so we got that.
Do.
We got our system back in play. Reds Braves with a double dip today. But Mark, I'm doing this for you. I want you to be able to impress your wife, if not every day or night, when she gets home from work during the Olympics. And you've cooked dinner, and you get the wine. You want her settled in for 8:00. Watch her primetime coverage, even if she knows what's already happened. That I want you to have a factoid, a story or two that you could wow her with. Have you been paying attention to all of the pre-Olympic controversies going on?
I've seen a couple. You may have more than me. I've seen people having to drop out in dressage. There's been all kinds of goofy stories going on, but I don't know what it is you're getting at over there.
Well, you got the one Japanese Olympian who got kicked off the team because she smoked.
Right. You have the Great Britain dressage rider got kicked off because she whipped a horse
4 years ago.
Right.
Video emerged in the last couple of days. She's a 3-time gold medalist, and she was forced to withdraw from the team and from the Olympics this week because the video emerged of her whipping repeatedly a horse that I guess was misbehaving. I don't know. But anyway, what was it called with the Michigan football team last year? It wasn't Spygate. What was it called? Okay.
Oh, goodness.
The
sign stealer there?
Yeah. So, Colin Stallions. Right? Whatever it was called. So, the New Zealand women's soccer team on Monday is practicing, if you will. And there's a drone flying overhead. And they're like, what the heck's that doing? Is this our drone? No, it's not our drone. Well, what's that doing here? Is that drone spying on us? And sure enough, they call the police. The police apprehends the operator of the drone, who identifies themselves as a member of the Canadian women's football team. Now, it turns out this person is not an official member of the Canadians women's football team, but they are a non-accredited member of the Canada Soccer Support Team. And so they were spying on New Zealand's practice because, well, New Zealand and Canada play tomorrow at 11 a.m. in women's soccer.
You think they're not taking the Stanley Cup drought seriously in Canada? They want a medal in anything.
I mean, I thought the Canadians were so nice. Come see, come saw, whatever happens, we do the best we can, except in hockey. That's life or death. But I mean, the other sports, come on, we're Canadians. Apparently not.
No, they're all in. David, they need medals. This hockey thing's starting to bother them. They need something to justify their sport's existence.
Are you saying that the person operating the drone is a Leafs fan? Is that what you're saying?
It's possible.
All right. So anyway, so we got the Japanese. She's a gymnast, right? Wasn't she part of a team? I don't know. She was part of a 5-member team, and now they're going to compete 4 against 5. They kicked her off the team. They didn't replace her, which I find odd. But for smoking, by the way. Apparently she also had a drink or two. But they basically kicked her off for smoking. She wouldn't stop smoking. Wow. That seems harsh.
Tough rules.
Man. And then, the equestrian there. Would you, by the way, have said to her, hey, you got to quit? This is a bad look. This is behavior we can't defend. 4 years ago, mind you. And they obviously didn't know about it.
She was whipping the horse repeatedly in the legs.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's not a good look.
It's a really bad look.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Would you have kicked her off? Or said to her, we're going to kick you off. If you want, you could take the high road. I don't know if they get to replace her either. That I don't know. But she gone.
I think you probably have to.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to. But I think you have to. Can't have someone that's riding a horse abusing a horse. It's just not a good look.
No, it is not. 3-time gold medalist, too. I mean, it's not like she wasn't a celebrated athlete, if you will. I did the air quotes there for athlete. I mean,
I think people could tell, even listening on radio, the way you paused and how you said it. I think everybody knew that you had the air quotes there.
I mean, that's one of those. Do you consider a golfer an athlete? Is an equestrian rider an athlete? It's a skill. Not saying it's not a skill, and it's a very dangerous. Okay.
More athletic than the golfer, David.
But, I'm just curious whether or not we consider the equestrian an athlete. That's all.
A couple of other things we discovered on the show today. Not only is it our 18th anniversary of when we first started together, but it's National Drive-Thru Day. And I've been wondering, David, have you worked out your schedule of which drive-thrus you're going to go to? And as someone brought up in the Twitch chat room earlier, I know you've got a pharmacy stop to make. Do you have a bank stop to make? Because we know how much you love.
That's right. I do. Oh, my goodness. I have 4 drive-thrus today.
Are you going to let everybody at the drive-thru know that it's National Drive-Thru Day?
Well, I don't talk to, I just go to the ATM at the.
That doesn't count. That's not that's a pseudo drive-through.
It is. I just they have a camera on you. They can talk to you.
If you had banking business, would you go drive-through or would you walk in?
Oh no, if business? No, I always walk in. No, if I have business, I go in. No, but if I just need money, no, but like if I'm depositing, so I actually go in just to talk to the ladies. I have no friends, Mark. I go in just to talk to people. Hey, how you doing? I'll even wait in line. I won't even get back in my car and go to the drive-thru. I'll just say, what the heck? I'll hang out.
So 4 drive-thrus for David today, only 2 of them food. If you had the over-under at 2.5 food stops, under is the play right now from what Moulton is saying.
Well, how could you have it at 2.5? I mean, for goodness sakes, I'm not going to the drive-thru for breakfast. That's already come and gone. I mean, there's lunch and dinner.
Haven't you ever done a double drive-through lunch? Went through one place, maybe picked up a cheeseburger on your way to where you're actually going to get lunch.
Well, okay, you are onto something. It is possible to have an early lunch and a late lunch drive-through where you hit the early lunch and then you go do your banking and your, pharmacy and other things. And then you're like, listen, I could probably do a little couple burger deal here to make it to dinner. Yeah, which would be another drive-through. Since I'm staying in a hotel and I'm surrounded by nothing but drive-thrus and sit-down restaurants. But I mean, why would I do that?
Well, that requires you hauling everybody together. And right now that seems like that's a little bit of dilemma to get all 3 of you in a car to go sit down in a restaurant. I mean, just the parking and walking in could take hours.
Well, sure. I mean, the two walkers and right, and then special seating, and it's okay. We're good. How about we eat back at the hotel, and I'll just go on my own, hit a drive-through. Thanks. So yes, National Drive-Through Day, National Tequila Day, and Miller and Moulton's 18th anniversary.
Big day.
Yeah, getting over the hump on a hump day. Edition of Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. Some final thoughts all coming up. Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark, we going to record that stuff after the show? Mark, we have time for the 2 promos?
Yeah.
Did you send the 30-second one to Port Charlotte?
Yes.
Okay.
I sent it to Ken.
Okay. Hmm.
And I could be wrong here. I'm going to speak for David on his behalf with this drive-through. I've never known David to go dessert. He'd rather go with a second dinner than dessert.
Yes.
I don't know if I've ever seen you have an ice cream. I mean, I love the idea of Culver's or the Blizzard for the win. I'm all in because that's what I do. But I've never heard or seen of David making that move.
Nope. Mm-mm. The only time I ever will do a dessert out is if I'm doing a buffet and they offer dessert offerings at the buffet.
There you go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's our 18th anniversary. We first did a show together July 24th, 2006. We have referred to this as our third act. We did 10 years in the afternoons, 4 years in the morning for local radio. Marty and the Florida Sports Network picked us up 3 years ago and syndicated us. And Marty and FSN are leaving in a week. And we thank them for making our syndication dreams come true. We're going to continue as a Miller and Moulton operation, if you will. Everything
on our own.
Yep.
Co-presidents.
Where everything has to be a 2-0 vote. Can't be 1-1. Can't be 1-0-1. Can't be 1-0 with an abstention either. Everything's got to be a 2-0 vote. Of course, there is browbeating allowed. One is allowed to browbeat the other.
Always has been, always will be. It's a big part of who we are. In fact, we were browbeating one another long before we ever did a show together.
That's how we actually thought the show might work. We're like, man, we don't agree on anything, do we? And yet we'd hang out.
Right.
No, we'd hang out, have beers, the whole deal. And it's just, man, those guys don't agree on anything. No, as a matter of fact, they don't. So I will say, as we've gotten older, we agree on more. I would still disagree on a lot, but we do agree on more. So anyway, big day today. We're celebrating, 18 years. They gave us 18 weeks. It's about how long they thought we'd work. So,
and certainly they had the under on 18 months.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and we'd like to thank you, the listener, for
absolutely.
Without you, obviously, we had no shot. And obviously, as we've promoted in the last week, pretty good numbers, really good numbers. And so you keep listening, and hopefully we can keep doing this for a long time, because it beats working for a living, as we like to say.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Start today in 1958, when Ted Williams was fined $250 for spitting at Boston fans again.
Well, it's good to see it wasn't just sports writers.
Spitting at the fans earns you a $250 fine for spitting at them a second time.
Got to remember, this was back when?
58.
By the way, you're giving Ted Williams a hard time? Ted Williams? Ted Williams. First off, in 58, he's come back from 2 wars. What are you giving Ted Williams? Can he hit 212 after what he's given 5 years to our country in 2 wars? Never mind. What in the world could he possibly do on the baseball field that would have you boo him? I don't blame him. I'm sticking up for. I don't know the facts. I don't care. I'm sticking up for him. I'm paying his fine.
David, I just want to give you what he did in 58.
Right.
He batted .328.
Yeah, well, off here.
I believe, and I'm judging this quickly because it's in bold, I think that means he led the league in batting average. Because I don't have everything up on Baseball Reference. It's on my phone.
Yes, if it's in bold, if it's in black in there, he led the league.
On base percentage, he was first. OPS, he was first.
He just got done being John Glenn's wingman for 2 years in Korea. What are we booing him for again?
Batted .328.
Okay. He's the greatest hitter, arguably, of all time, if you count power. Okay, he's certainly the best hitter since Cobb, for goodness sake, at that point in time.
Today in 68, Hoyt Wilhelm pitches in a record 907th game, breaking Cy Young's record for appearances.
Knuckleballer.
We're doing this every 10 years right now. We go to 78. Billy Martin resigns when the famous quote came out, David.
Oh, it's a good. If you're going to get fired, this is the quote you want to have.
In his feud with Reggie Jackson and George Steinbrenner, Martin said, "One is a born liar and the other is a convicted one."
Reggie's the born liar. Steinbrenner had been convicted, which later pardoned, but he did get a presidential pardon. But yes, Steinbrenner got convicted of something. And yeah.
David, I know you mock everything associated with this movie, in these movies, but it was today in 1982.
Oh, boy.
That Eye of the Tiger was the #1 song in the land because of the soundtrack from Rocky III. We were all a little bit taller. We were all a little bit leaner. And we were all a little bit tougher. The Eye of the Tiger, David. #1 in the land. Today in 98, Saving Private Ryan was released. And
okay. Can we just stop there? First off, did you see it?
No.
Okay. I saw it in the movie theater. And I must admit, I saw it with a buddy of mine. I was the sports guy. He was the weather guy in Fargo, North Dakota. We went to see a matinee. What a dumb decision. We saw that and then went into work. Talk about
you must have been cheery.
We both walked in. The movie theater was 2 blocks from the station. We both walked in tears. All right. I swear. Bruce Asbury and I walked in tears. People were like, "What's wrong?" Nothing. All right. I have never, ever felt more like an underachiever than I did in life after walking out of the movie theater after seeing Saving Private Ryan. I literally felt as if, you are just a waste of time and space.
Today in 2005, Lance Armstrong won the Tour de France. It would be his 7th in a row. Oh, none of them counted.
Now, see, that was before. Basically, once our show came about, okay, then all of a sudden it was like, maybe Lance is cheating. No, it wasn't our show. Okay.
Bob Lilly turned 85 today. Kramer is 75. Michael Richards is 75. Linda Carter, 73. Karl Malone, 61. Barry Bonds is 60. Nick Nurse is 57. And J-Lo is 55. What did I miss, David?
First off, I'm a big fan of Ms. Double Nickel there. Just want to say. Secondly, and I'm not going politics, I'm just going to meme. A lot of memes in the last 10, 12 days in the political world. All right. After the announcement over the weekend, did you see the one in which they put Biden's head over Kramer in the what episode in which he comes into the room and he slams the $20 down and he goes, "I'm out."
Fantastic.
Okay. I got nothing, by the way. You played the hits today. All right. Good for you.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go across the pond for the good, where firefighters in England had to rescue a kitten from the axle of a car. They received a call about a kitten in distress and arrived to find the feline was hiding in the axle of a car. They got the cat out, and then they got the cat adopted. Way to go, British firefighters. For the bad, we go to the Granite Falls area in Washington, where the county sheriff's office issued an alert of a grainy photo of a reptile initially identified as a 10-foot alligator in the state of Washington. Turns out that it was an Argentine tegu, a lizard, not nearly 10 foot, but he was found on Sunday. Don't know how you confuse a small lizard with a 10-foot alligator in the state of Washington. But I'm guessing that would send a few folks into a panic.
Just a few, yeah.
Finally, the ugly, we go to New Hampshire, where two fishermen are safe after a whale crashed into their boat, capsizing it. Two men were thrown overboard. They said the whale went under, disappeared for a few minutes, and the next thing we know, he just popped right up into our transom. Boat had turned over because of the whale. Coast Guard had to save the two men. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 24th, 2024.
A reminder, and we have referenced it about every hour, that breaking news today in the sports world, Salt Lake City awarded the 2034 Winter Games. So 32 years after they played host to the 2002 Winter Olympics, Salt Lake City, nearly unanimous, 83-6. Salt Lake City won the vote to host the 10 years from now, 2034 Winter Olympics. And on this, our 18th anniversary, we joked, will we be doing a show for the 2034 Winter Games?
Wow.
Your daughter will have finished her sophomore year of college.
I would say no.
You're betting the under?
I would bet well, we've been out trying to sell these sponsorships for the last couple of weeks, and right now, I'm trying to get to Labor Day.
Are you saying the 2034 Winter Olympics are that's an ambitious goal?
Well, I was going to ask you with that in mind, what is because you've worked a ton of events. We've done several events doing the Radio Row and all that stuff. So what's the one thing that we haven't done that you would want to do?
The Derby, followed by the Indy 500. That's and I will say it was much easier to do live remotes in the afternoon. Mornings are harder, getting guests, even being set up on site. It's much more difficult. If we were still there's an opportunity to do Radio Row from Army Navy the day before the game. That is something I actually think you would like it. You know how much I love it, but I think you would like it. And they bring, Staubach still does it and other great players. I mean, it's a cool conversation. You get to talk to, people that are fairly high up in the armed forces also. It'd be an interesting show.
The Derby's number one for me, but number two would be to do the first 2 days of the Madness from Vegas.
Oh.
And I know it would be incredibly early. I get it. And we would be doing a show at some casino, some place where they've got a lot of studios to set us up at a really peculiar hour. But
that's okay.
I would be all in to see the first 4 days of the tournament in Vegas and then take a red-eye home on Sunday night.
I might leave a little earlier on Sunday than you. I may not red-eye it, but I
probably wouldn't red-eye because we have to be back for the show. But those would be my top two.
Okay.
That's got to have some goals, David, as we try to get the fourth round in, as someone said. This is they're referring to this as boxing rounds. And, maybe more so than X because we've been beat up and we've been knocked to the canvas a few times, David. Now we have to get up one more time.
That is true. Okay, we haven't dropped the baton, but we have tripped over the hurdler in front of us before a few times. We are bruised, scraped knees, and we are wet. There are, everybody's playing in baseball today. 7 of the games are in the afternoon for what it's worth. Both the Marlins and the Rays are playing this evening. I will say the Marlins also play a mighty nooner tomorrow. I mean, if you're a big Orioles fan or you just want to do baseball, you could drive across the alley, check out Marlins Orioles. It'll be over by 9:30. And then back at the ballpark at noon, you can be home for dinner tomorrow and catch 2 baseball games. Just a thought. Rays in Toronto facing the Jays. Reds and Braves doubleheader starts a little after noon. And it's a day-night doubleheader, too. It's noon and 6. So you got about 3 hours to place your bet, depending on who wins and loses the first game. So there you go. I don't know if anything official with the Olympics is happening today. I thought I read that there was a few events. I know they're playing some stuff tomorrow, even though the opening ceremonies aren't until Friday. What?
I thought something was starting today as well.
Yes, I did too. So,
and it could just be prelim stuff as well for some of the different sports that they have.
So anyway. Mark Packer, the ACC Network, will join us tomorrow, final day of ACC Media Days. Mark Packer to join us on the show. Hey, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for your support over 18 years. And what do you say we do this tomorrow, Miller and Moulton?
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.